I'm going to start recording.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Good evening and welcome to the June 4th of the Anderson Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is John, and I serve to the Board of Appeals. Due to the declared state of emergency in the nation in Ohio Township, and then the Director of the Ohio Department of Health issued March 12, 2020 in response to the COVID-19 emergency. This meeting convened telephonically. The agenda for today's meeting is available on the website www.andersontownship.org under the news section. Click Anderson Township Board of Appeals.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but you're breaking in and out. It's tough to hear you.
Well, let me call you.
Jeff, would you maybe if we how would you and John feel about switching roles this meeting? That way, Jeff, you could kind of chair, and John, you can still hear the cases if you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Jeff, does that work with you?
I have no problem with that. I guess I haven't really spoken yet. Can everyone?
Yeah, I'm having with my computer.
John, do you want to hear the meeting? We've got two alternates on the line if you don't, or if you...
I'd like to be involved.
Okay.
I have no idea what he said.
I think he said he'd like to be involved.
Okay. Can everyone else on the board and staff hear me at least, and hopefully all the participants as well, I guess?
I can hear you.
Coming through fine.
I can hear you, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay. I'll take over and I'll take it from the top, I guess. Because I'm not sure how far John got in that little opening. Okay, we're on record, right?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Good evening. Welcome to the June 4th meeting of the Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Nye. I am the vice chair of the board. I will be chairing tonight's meeting. Due to the declared state of emergency in the nation, in Ohio, and in the township, and the order of the Director of the Ohio Department of Health issued March 12, 2020, in response to the COVID-19 emergency, this meeting is being convened telephonically. The agenda for today's meeting is available on our website, www.andersontownship.org, under the news section. Click Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals to meet via teleconference May 7th to review information for case 6-2020 BZA, case 8-2020 BZA, case 9-2020 BZA, case 10-2020 BZA. The board will accept public testimony via phone or video during the public hearing for case 6-2020 BZA, case 8-2020 BZA, case 20 BZA, and case 10-2020 BZA. Before public testimony is provided, I will read an oath to you, and you must swear in. I will each before they speak, rather than bring everyone in all at once. We ask that all participants mute their phone and only unmute if speaking. If you're going to speak, please state your name and address. It's also helpful to speak directly into the phone as opposed to using the speaker feature. At each of our board meetings, we encourage attendees to complete a sign-in sheet, including their name and address. If at some point during the meeting you would like to electronically sign in, simply send an email to pginty@andersontownship.org. That's pginty, PGINTY, @andersontownship.org. Before the meeting begins, I'd like to identify the appointed Board of Zoning Appeals members that are participating in this meeting, including myself. I'm Jeff Nye. I am normally the vice chair. John Halpin is on the line. John is normally the chair. He is not chairing tonight because of some technical issues. The other members are Steve Haber, Paul Shekels, and Paul Sine. Other personnel joining the meeting via phone, including Brad Bowers, Planner 1, Pete Ginty, Planner 1, and Sarah Donovan, Planner 1. Each of us will do our best to remember to unmute before beginning to speak so that those joining us via phone can follow along. We thank you for joining us. We appreciate your patience and understanding during these unprecedented times. This meeting of the Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals is hereby called to order. This board was established pursuant to Section 519.13 of the Ohio Revised Code by the Township Board of Trustees to provide administrative relief to any person or entity adversely affected by the Anderson Township zoning resolution. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Yeah. Mr. Nye.
Here.
Mr. Haber.
Here.
Mr. Cyan.
Here.
Mr. Shekels.
Here.
Mr. Halpin.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for attending this teleconference at the Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals. Please be aware that this meeting is being recorded. I'll outline our procedures. A summary of the appeal is presented by staff. Then the appellant will present its case after being sworn in. The board members may then ask questions of the appellant. As I did last month, I intend to go through each board member and call on them in turn to try to maintain some order since we can't really see each other very easily. After that, all appeal will be permitted to testify one at a time after being sworn in and recognized. When those persons supporting the appeal are finished, those opposed to the appeal will be permitted to testify and or ask questions of the board after being sworn in and recognized. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there's not.
No changes to the agenda. Can we, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Paul Cyan making motion to approve tonight's agenda.
The motion, is there a second?
Steve Haber, second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the secretary call the roll?
Mr. Nye.
Aye.
Mr. Haber.
Aye.
Mr. Cyan.
Aye.
Mr. Shekels.
Aye.
Mr. Halpin.
I did not hear a response from Mr. Halpin. Did we get that?
I did not hear a response from Mr. Halpin either.
I didn't either.
John, are you still with us?
Since it sounds like John may be having some technical difficulties, Earl, would you feel comfortable stepping in to hear this case? Mr. Corral?
Earl, try again. We keep muting and unmuting at the same time.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
All right.
John, since we can't seem to hear you, we're going to have Earl step in, fill in for you on this one. Is that all right?
Not that we can hear.
I saw him nod his head.
Did he not? Okay. All right. Sorry, John. We'll try again next time. Okay. All right. With Mr. Corral subbing in, does Mr. Corral want to vote on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Corral is an aye, I think I heard.
Yes, aye. I'm sorry.
Okay. The next agenda item is the approval of last month's minutes. There were some corrections circulated last week. Are there any additional amendments to?
No, no additional changes.
Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Steve Haber, move that we approve the minutes of May 7, 2020 as amended. Earl Correll, second the motion.
Okay. Motion is second. Please call the roll.
Deny.
Aye.
Mr. Haber. Mr. Cyan.
Aye.
Mr. Shekels.
Aye.
Mr. Corral.
Okay, that is agenda item number 2. Before we get into the cases, can I please have staff raise their right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Will the staff please read the summary for case 6-2020 BZA?
Yeah. We want to.
And Brad, did you want to see if, did you want to make sure that the applicant is in attendance?
Yeah, sure. Is the applicant for case 6 here tonight, Mr. Delera?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
There it is.
I'm gonna go back to and mute people as we're going to see what stops echoing.
Thanks, Sarah.
Is your applicant still on?
Mr. Delaire, are you still with us?
It sounds like he's here. We're trying to figure out which caller he is so we can unmute him. There's feedback with some of them. But since he's here, I think we can go ahead and proceed with the staff report.
Okay.
There we go. All right. The applicant, the first case tonight is case 6-2020 BZA. The applicant is Paul Delera, who is the property owner of 2930 8 Mile Road. The property is zoned AA residence, and the request is a variance request to construct an accessory structure in the front yard where it's only permitted in the rear yard, per Article 5.2A7 of the zoning resolution. So at the March 5th meeting and at the last month's meeting, this case was continued, and staff was to consult with Township Council on whether a use variance would be appropriate for the storage of construction equipment on the property. After speaking with Township Council, staff determined that the use variance would not be applicable for this proposed development, as use variances are only used when there's no reasonable economic return for the property, and staff determined that there was a reasonable economic return for the property since we had issued a zoning certificate for a single-family house in 2019. In addition, use variances change the allowed use of the property and do not provide the right to add an otherwise prohibited use, which would be the storage of construction equipment, onto a permitted use, which would be the single-family residence. Next slide. So for that reason, the previous applicant, who was Joe Huseman, withdrew his offer to purchase the property, and now the property owner is moving forward with a variance request for an accessory structure in the front yard that's smaller than the previous request. The previous request was for an 80 by 40 or 3,200 square foot accessory structure in the front yard, and the property owner is now requesting a 30 by 40 foot, 1,200 square foot accessory structure in the front yard. Well, there's currently no house on the property. Township staff issued a zoning certificate for a single-family residence in July of 2019, and that was never constructed. It's Mr. Delera's intention to sell the property if the variance is approved in accordance with Article 5.2A8. A residence must be constructed on the property after an accessory structure is built in the front yard, should the variance be approved. A little bit of history. The current property owner, I kind of just went through a lot of this, so I'm not going to read all this, but the current owner purchased the property in August of 2018, and Township staff issued the zoning certificate for a house in July of 2019. And as I mentioned, this case was continued the last 2 months, so Township staff could consult with legal counsel, and we determined that the use variance was not appropriate. And so the applicant moved forward with a smaller size accessory structure. This is a map of the property. You can see it's a pretty big hillside, and you can see the Bridle Road is also in the vicinity here, with several houses on Bridle Road right in the area as well. Here is an aerial view of the property. As I mentioned, the property is about 11 acres, and you can see on the top of the hillside here where the house was approved. And yeah, so next slide. And here's a topography map of the property. You can see there's pretty steep grade in the front and rear yard, with it being flatter down by the roadway, but very steep all throughout the property. Here is the proposed site plan. This was the approved house that you can see up at the top of the hillside. And you can also see the paved driveway going all the way up to the residence, and then a fork going over of the paved driveway going over to the accessory structure. And again, the size of that structure is proposed to be 30 by 40. And the height of it is proposed to be 16 feet at the peak and 10 feet on the sides. And here's a little bit closer view of that. As you can see, the site plan shows that the building is proposed to be 67 feet off of 8 Mile Road and approximately 130 feet from the proposed driveway. So we're going to go through some of the pictures that staff took while we were on site. A lot of these were taken back in February, so not all the foliage is here, but this is a view of the driveway as you start to go up towards where the house was proposed. This is looking down from the driveway towards 8 Mile Road, and you can see there's a gate at the front of the property. Here's an approximate location of where the accessory structure would be located. As you can see, it's pretty heavily wooded all throughout the property. Another area of about where the accessory structure is proposed. And you can see the heavy vegetation here. A few more pictures of the vegetation. This is looking back towards 8 Mile Road from approximately where the accessory structure is proposed. And another area where the accessory structure is proposed. You can see it's heavily wooded. And then this is looking almost at the top of the driveway, getting close to where the house was proposed. Again, this is almost up towards the top of the property, at the highest point where the house is proposed. And then this is the flat area at the top of the property where the house was proposed, well, actually where the house was approved in 2019. This is a picture across the street of a sewer project that was going on. I believe that MSD was working on, and as you can see, a lot of the trees have been taken down across the street as a result of that project. And this is looking from approximately that site where the construction project was for MSD, looking back towards the property on 8 Mile Road. And you can see about here, this was taken a little later in April, so you can see some of the foliage here, but this is an approximate location of where the accessory structure is proposed in the front yard. And then a view of 8 Mile Road, looking south. So we'll go through the staff findings now. Staff is of the opinion that the variance could be substantial. The proposed accessory structure is set back approximately 65 feet from the right-of-way and is situated on a hillside above 8 Mile Road with substantial vegetative screening. It's vegetative screen consisting of mature trees. It's unclear how visible the structure will be from 8 Mile Road. Staff has concerns that the variance is based on speculation, as the current owner has no intention of building the accessory structure and intends to have the variance in place for an eventual future owner. However, the permitted size for an accessory structure on the property is 7,400 square feet, and the proposed size of the accessory structure is 1,200 square feet. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. There are 4 legal non-conforming accessory structures in the front yards of residences in the vicinity of this property on 8 Mile Road. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The owner's predicament could be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. However, the applicant has indicated that the proposed location of the accessory structure is desired due to the steep topography of the property, and in addition, the applicant has stated that the proposed accessory structure is needed in order to stage construction materials for the future house, which is in compliance with Article 5.2A8 of the zoning resolution. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement could be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance based on the permitted size of an accessory structure on the property, which is 7,400 square feet, multiple legal non-conforming accessory structures in the front yards of other residences in the vicinity of 8 Mile Road, and the need to use the accessory structure to stage materials for construction of the residence on the property. However, staff has concerns that the variance is based on speculation, as the current property owner has no intention of constructing the accessory structure. We do have one staff recommended condition, and that is as follows. If the should the board approve the variance, staff recommends the following condition: a single family residence shall be constructed on the property within a year of the accessory structure being constructed in front yard in order to be compliant with the definition of accessory building or use in Article 6.1 of the Anderson Township zoning resolution. And I would be happy to answer any questions that the board has before we move on to public testimony.
Okay, thank you. I will run right down my list if that's okay. As I go through this to the board, if I get to your name and you would like me to defer or go in a different order or something, please speak up. But for now, I'll start with Mr. Haber. Any questions for staff?
Just a couple of questions. Thank you. Mr. Bowers, you indicated there's other non-conforming accessory structures in the front yards of adjacent properties. Are those non-conforming because they're in the front yard and there is no variance on file, or is there a variance on file for those structures?
I believe all of them were constructed prior to Anderson Township zoning standards, and so they're non-conforming. You're right, they don't have variances, but since they were constructed prior to our standards, yes, correct.
Yeah, but okay, legal. Okay. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sion?
Nothing right now. Thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Nothing right now.
Mr. Correll?
The speculation bothers me, but I can just let it ride. Nothing besides that.
I do have one question for staff. If you know, of the other legal non-conforming structures that you mentioned, I think I probably know the answer to this based on your answer to Mr. Haber's question, but were any of those constructed sort of as staging grounds for an uphill construction, like I understand this is sort of proposed to be?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I know that one of the accessory structures are a gazebo, so that was not for construction. One of them is the red barn that's next door. I don't know whether or not that was for construction or not. I would assume no, but and then the other two are kind of hidden back in the a little bit off of 8 Mile Road, but I'm not sure if those were used for construction or not.
Okay. Does any follow-up questions, Mr. Haber?
None. Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
I believe we discussed this last time, but we grant the variance, okay? And I just want some clarification. And the variance states that a house must be built within a year, okay? And he builds that structure before a house. The only recourse at that time is litigation.
Yeah, at that time it would be a zoning violation, and we would enforce that through, yes, through court.
And by enforce it, he puts it up. Suppose, and I'm just supposing now, the township wins the case in court, and what do we do with the structure?
It would depend on what a judge says, but I think that the township would advocate that it be removed.
That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Correll, any follow-up?
I have nothing else.
Okay, one more time, Mr. Haber, any follow-up?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Okay, will the appellant or the appellant's representative please unmute yourself, speak into your phone or microphone, and state your name and address, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna go one by one through the call-in users that aren't identified. And when I unmute them, hopefully they are still speaking. Your applicant's name is Paul, right, Brad?
Yep.
Mr. Delia?
Delaria?
Delaria, I'm sorry.
That is correct. Can you hear me?
Yep.
There he is.
Okay.
Uh,
I made it this time.
Good to hear.
Thank you.
Sorry about the waste of time last week.
No problem. Can you please state your name and address, and then I'll swear you in.
Paul Delara, 9 Crooked Creek Lane, Milford, Ohio, 45150.
Okay, will you please raise your hand, your right hand, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
Well, I think you guys have made it pretty clear about what we're doing. The whole purpose of the accessory structure was that we, after Joe withdrew, we've had significant interest, and I would say half the people who have expressed interest in the property have also expressed interest in having a garage, which is what this accessory structure is, farther down the hill. The small part of it is to stage things for construction. The bigger part of it is to have a garage that's lower on the hill in the event of inclement weather, storage of cars, not storage of cars, but to keep a car there with another vehicle that would be more appropriate to get up the hill in inclement weather, and to have yard equipment, not just up at the top of the hill with the house, but and lower down. A couple of people have expressed interest in, changing it out and putting a full house down, but that would be a whole nother application process, obviously. So the proposed 2 points I want to make is the proposed point of it is that is correct. I don't have any intention of building it at this time. However, a lot of people have expressed interest in having this down there. The other side of it is it would be not just for construction, it would be for use as a garage once everything is complete. That's pretty much the only statement, which isn't much of a clarification, but that's pretty much all I have to say about it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Haber, any questions for the appellant?
Yes, thank you. Is it Delara? Did I get that correct?
Delara.
Delara. Okay, thank you. Mr. Delara, we understand it's not your intention to build the house. Is it your intention to, if the variance is granted, is it your intention to build the accessory structure under question?
No, No, the purpose of the purpose of the variance is for somebody else to know that that is an option instead of me saying, well, I think it would be okay. This gives them an idea of what is allowable on the property.
Okay. In your documentation to us, you said that the accessory structure will have the same visual look as the house that will be built at the top of the hill. We have in our, as a part of our file, the zoning request that was submitted back in, 2019, for the house that was not constructed. Is it your intention that the accessory structure is going to match the construction of this house?
Well, yes. If I was going to build, I would want it to match. My wife and I would want it to look like a residential structure and not a metal storage building. But anybody, yes, so it would. Anybody else who builds it would have to go through this process to put up what they want and look as it would be appropriate.
Okay. So we don't know what it's going to look like because we don't know what the house, if there's going to be a house built on the property, we don't know what the house is going to look like because it hasn't been designed. So therefore, we really don't know that it's going to have the same, if we grant this variance, that it will have the same appearance as the house at the top of the hill.
Well, yes, I would assume that. I understand what you're asking. I don't know the ins and outs of exactly how variances work, but if it, anybody else who's going to build a house, if it's not the house that was approved, actually the zoning Hamilton County request has expired, so they would have to redo that. I don't know how long the zoning certificate is good for this house from 2019, but I would assume that anybody's going to have to go through the same process that we went through, which is why the proposed term is used, because they're going to have to go through the same process over again. So I don't think Brad can answer that question, but I don't think it's just a blanket approval in perpetuity.
Okay. It's my understanding that the original zoning request does last in perpetuity.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that information.
You've also said in your materials that you request permission to build the garage first in order to stage construction materials for the home, which will be built within a year of completion of the garage, and the entire project will be completed within 2 years. The property has yet to be sold. So I'm not quite sure what my question is, but you're wanting to get a fair price on the property and whatnot. How can we be assured that this timeline can be followed?
Well, by force of enforcement by the township. Anybody who, I've made it clear to anybody I've talked to that there are, I guess I don't really have an answer to it other than any more than you would have assurance that I would follow the rules I've agreed to if it was me building it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sine, any questions for the appellant?
Yes, just a quick question. Do you have any estimated value of the property? What kind of offers are you able to share?
Yeah, the offer, the final agreement we got to with Swift Construction with Mr. Good grief, I'm sorry, with the previous one that Joe Hussman was, well, this will be in the record. It was less than what we paid for it, which was $170,000, but not significantly less. The original offer before all this, before COVID and before the challenges of what he wanted to do, was higher than we paid for it. And then by the time we came to an agreement about what it was going to cost him to do what he wanted, we agreed to come down in price. I can give you the specific numbers if you like it. I'd prefer not to, just for, negotiating, future negotiations.
That's fine. I just wanted a general idea. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Absolutely.
Mr. Stein, anything else?
That's it.
Mr. Shekels, any question for the appellant?
No, I have questions for staff, but I'll add those later.
Okay, we'll come back to those. Mr. Carell, any questions for the appellant?
No, Mr. Sign answered my question.
Okay. Mr. Delara, I understand that you are not going to be doing the building here, but I also understand that you had considered building here, ultimately decided it wasn't feasible for what you wanted to do, and that's why you're selling. Without sharing details, I don't want to upset your negotiating position. Are you able to give us a sense of how beneficial it is in terms of construction cost to have this staging area? I know it's also going to be used for other purposes, but having a staging area like that, does it knock 5% off the construction price, 30%? Do you have any idea of that? I'm trying to get a sense of what that's.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it would just be a matter of convenience. I'm not a builder.
Okay.
I'm not a builder, but I think it's more a matter of convenience. I mean, realistically, if I was gonna put a garage down there, it's gonna increase the total cost of the project rather than what we were gonna do, which was have the house and a primary garage up top. So unless you weren't gonna build a garage up top, and an attached garage is usually cheaper than a detached, I would think that having this structure down there would actually increase the cost of the project. And like I said, the only benefit that I could see for staging is just convenience, having things there out of the weather, and at hand, and not worried about it being stolen or vandalized while it's sitting there, which happens, I guess, in construction sites. So I think those are the advantages. It's not really a financial one.
Okay. At this point, let me run through. Mr. Haber, any follow-up questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sign, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Carell, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, normally now I'd call up anyone who'd like to speak in support of the appeal, but I did hear that there was a question for staff, but now I've forgotten if it was Mr. Shekels or Mr. Carell who had it. Let's jump to that right now.
Okay, it was me, Paul. My question would be, is there a way, if this were to go forward, that we can condition the construction of the garage to match the general material and scope of the house?
Yes, I think that could be conditioned.
Just through the imposition of a condition in the resolution granting the variance?
Yes, I believe we could include a condition that says something of that nature.
Yeah. My concern would be that a metal building is set up there, boom,
Okay. All right. Let's move on now to anyone who wishes to speak in support of the appeal. Is there anyone on the line who would like to speak in support of the appellant in case 6-2020 BZA?
So I'm kind of going to do the same thing and run through unmuting people one by one, if that's all right with you all.
Sure. I suppose if anyone intends to speak in support, just start talking and then we'll hear you when Sarah unmutes you and then we can figure it out.
Sorry. It looks like I have everybody, I've had everybody at least unmuted.
Okay.
Time.
Hearing no one who wishes to speak in support, we will now take testimony from anyone who opposes. So, same thing. If you oppose the appeal in case 6-2020 BZA, start talking, and Sarah will unmute people. Hear you. We'll figure it out.
I have everybody unmuted. People have chose to remute themselves.
Anyone on the line in opposition to 6-2020? Hearing none. Someone has a very nice feedback loop going. It was Scott last time. It's not this time, I see.
No.
Okay. I have heard the appellant in support.
Here, we could talk here.
I heard a voice. Who was it?
Did you hear me?
I heard someone. Who was that?
This is Jeannie Hand, but I'm not interested in this case. I just couldn't. It looks to me like I'm unmuted. Like I am muted, but I guess you can hear me, huh?
We can hear loud and clear right now. Which case
Okay,
are
so
you?
I'll shut up. Sorry.
Which case are you on? I'll make a note of it.
The third one.
The third.
Last one. Janessa.
The last one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll make sure we get back to you. Okay. We've heard from the appellant that there's been no testimony from anyone else.
So they can hear me. Good.
Support of or opposition to. Are we ready to close the public meeting on case 6? Want to make?
I can make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Steve Haber, second.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Nye,
Aye.
Mr. Haber, Mr. Cyan,
Aye.
Mr. Shekels,
Aye.
Mr. Corral. I think Earl's muted.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Mr. Corral. He got muted again.
I saw an aye though. Okay, the public hearing on case 6-2020 is closed.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I will be glad to. I am in favor of the variance. However, I am not in favor of doing it in this way. Because of the speculative nature of it, I'm afraid, and I think it would be irresponsible of the board to grant the variance and have some time stipulation where the house would be required to be built, and if the house is not built, we would have to then go to remedy for that. I don't think that's a good way to proceed on this case. And again, I'm going to say I'm in favor of granting a similar variance, but I am concerned about the speculative nature of it. For me, there are a couple ways that I think we can do this. As I'm reading 5.2A8, it says that accessory buildings are uses which are used for storage materials necessary for the construction of a principal structure. may be erected upon a lot prior to the construction of the main building, but only after a zoning certificate has been issued for the principal structure, of which we have one. So we're not looking for a variance from this provision that requires a zoning certificate to be issued for the primary structure. We're only looking for the variance for the location within the front yard.
Yes, that's correct.
So I would be comfortable in granting the variance. So in order to help the appellant, I would be willing to grant the variance subject to the current zoning certificate, so that the appellant could go to his prospective purchasers and say, given this case, you know, given the zoning requirements of having a zoning certificate in place, we've got a zoning certificate in place. We can condition that the materials match the zoning certificate that we have in hand, and we can put some time stipulations on it, and the appellant would then be able to go to his prospective purchasers and I believe accomplish what he's wanting to accomplish, which is sell the property. I'm not comfortable with granting the variance for putting the accessory structure in the front yard based on anything that would be speculative in nature. We don't know what, if the appellant is successful in selling the property and there is a zoning certificate issued for a new structure, a new primary residence on it. We don't know what it looks like. We might be able to condition the design of the accessory structure to the new residential submission, but I think primarily I don't want the board or the township or the appellant to get into a problem where we built, where we've allowed the construction of an accessory structure, and then there is no primary structure that follows within a time stipulation. I think that would be irresponsible of us. So I think where I am right now, and I'm certainly excited to hear about what the fellow board members might say, is that I'm willing to grant the variance based on the original zoning certificate, or there need to be some more stringent conditions for me to request the variance as presented.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Haber?
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sion, can I call on you next?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Mr. Haber. I think there's something to be said about there's a good value. It's good for it'll, add an extra residence and extra tax revenue to the township. But ultimately, I mean, it still needs to be. I think this kind of falls along with Mr. Sheckel's line of thinking too. That let's kind of keep it restricted, not open-ended. So I think I'd be in favor of approving it, using the same type of conditions that Mr. Haber suggested.
Okay, Mr. Shekels.
Yeah. My issue, and Steve, we talked through this, if we tie it to the zoning certificate, as I read the zoning certificate, and the staff can chime in here too, then we're assigning this house this house on this zoning certificate as a requirement to be built on there. And what I would prefer to do, and I don't want them to build the accessory structure without the house, is, and the staff could help us here. I'm in favor of trying to make this work for the seller. They have to submit a zoning certificate for a house and that accessory structure at the same time, and they need to be consistent in construction. Because if we just say we're tied to this zoning certificate, then, and I come along and decide I wanted to build a log house or an A-frame up there, the way I would read that, and staff can correct me, I can't do that.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. If the board wishes to make a variance, basically, if this case is approved, a zoning certificate will be issued for the accessory structure. If the board would like it to match the house, you can add a condition that says that it must be in substantial it is similar in material as the house that was approved with, and we can put the zoning certificate number in there. And then if they choose to go with a different style house, they would need to go back through the variance process. I think we could do that.
Yeah, I'm not the smartest person here, obviously, but somehow I don't want to lock the seller into this zoning certificate with this design of this house and this many square feet and this size of porch as he passes it on.
The board can choose to condition it however you want.
Yeah. I just got to figure out a way to, you guys, if you could figure out a way to do that, I'm perfectly happy to move this forward.
And this is Paul Stein. I guess question for staff. If they decide, let's say they do get a new buyer who comes in there and they want a different style house, they go for a log cabin style. That's just a matter of going and applying with the county and getting the approval for that, correct?
Yes, we issued the zoning certificate, and really the zoning, we approved the location and the footprint of the house. Okay. We didn't necessarily approve the style. I mean, I think that can be somewhat altered. We approved the location and the footprint of the house and the setbacks.
Yes, but Brad, if a new seller comes in and wants to move the house, then they'll need an entire new zoning certificate.
That's correct.
Okay, and that in a sense then resets the process.
Correct.
Okay. So to summarize, the changing of the materials would not constitute a new zoning certificate. Changing of the setbacks or the location of the proposed single-family residence would require a new zoning certificate be submitted to planning and zoning staff.
The line of thinking I'm going with is the appellant had stated they just want basically a proof of concept that they could show to buyers that, hey, we were approved for this, we can do this. In a sense, if we can, let's say we do limit it towards this specific house, then that's something the seller would need to share with potential buyers that, yeah, we can do this, and they've approved us once in the past. But if you're going to change the plan in any which way that requires a new certificate for the actual house itself, then you will also need to go through that process again. But it's, I suppose we're giving them some sort of proof of concept, which I think that's what the appellant was looking for. And that was more directed towards the board members rather than staff.
Mr. Shekels, any follow-up to that?
No, I think everybody understands the concept that I'm trying to go for there. I don't want to define the house that's going on the building as being X. I want the seller to have the freedom, or the buyer to have freedom, put a house up there that they want, as long as it can find, it meets our zoning requirements for the area.
Okay, Mr. Corral. Comments? Questions?
He's muted.
Sarah, would you mind unmuting him? There we go.
He mutes himself every time I unmute him, so give me 1 second. Keep going back and forth.
I know.
We okay?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
I've got to go with what Mr. Haber says, and especially with Mr. Shekels about the concept. I'm fine with that. I have no problems with that.
Anything else?
No, that's all for me.
Okay. I'd like to weigh in on this a little bit. I think the discussion about matching it to the house and so on, and I think more broadly the discussion we're all trying to get at is going to that criterion of does it affect it's we know where it's going to be, we know how big it's going to be, but I think whether we recognize it or not, what we're wrestling with is what's it going to look like, because that's important, or an important factor in whether it'll affect the character of the neighborhood. And so that's, I think, what I'm hesitating with. I think all else considered, based on the size, location, topography, and everything else we know about it, if you were going to put something that looked like maybe the red barn down the street, we could say, yeah, that's consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Or if it's going to be something like, any number of other things, we can say, yeah, okay, the variance may or may not be substantial. It's not that big. It's in the wrong side of the yard and so on. But boy, if you have something that is like coated in mirrors up there, even though you can't see it in the summer, probably, half the year, that is really going to affect the character of the neighborhood. I think that is my biggest concern, because we don't have drawings, we don't have plans. We can't say build it consistently with those plans. So I think we're all kind of sniffing around the same thing. And I just want to tie it back to the criteria in the zoning resolution that we're supposed to consider, which is the character of the neighborhood. I think that, and so for that, I think tying it to the plans submitted in a zoning certificate is a good idea, but ultimately not going to, anyone's going to do that. But we have in our stack of papers here the zoning certificate that was issued last July. It shows a fairly normal looking house, but they could still build something that with that footprint on that location that is just covered in fish scales or something. And if we issue a variance and say, okay, yeah, we're going to grant the variance, but you have to match this building to whatever is built at the top of the hill, whatever it is, suddenly you're requiring them to put a fish scale garage. And so I'm worried about that too. I think, I guess I would say to the applicant, you've heard a lot of support from the board to grant something, but we have a lot of concerns about what it looks like. And I don't think, and while I appreciate the idea of saying consistent with whatever is built as permitted by the zoning certificate that has been issued or will be issued, I don't think that ultimately solves the character of the neighborhood problem. That's my concern. And so I'm interested to hear what reaction there might be from the rest of the board on that, if there is any. Does anyone want to volunteer to respond to that first?
Steve Haber here. Mr. Nye, I think there are a lot of challenges here in this case. I'm not as concerned about somebody building a house of mirrors. By the way, Bruce Goff was an architect in Kansas City, and he clad a lot of his houses in shingles that looked like fish scales.
There's one in Indian Hill, I think.
Could be an architectural style. I think I was really appreciative before of the comments from staff that what they look at regarding a zoning certificate as far as location, setbacks, height, and whatnot, and not necessarily style, but we are looking I think the discussion, it might be shifting a little bit towards putting in conditions of whether or not the accessory structure should mimic the architectural style of the house. So to me, yes, I have some concerns about whether or not an architectural style is going to be, and it's one of the things that we need to look at. However, if I'm going to build a house and I want to make a house of mirrors, I think zoning doesn't necessarily address the fact that I want to build a house of mirrors.
That's exactly right. That's kind of the point I was trying to make, not to interrupt you, but if we then say the garage must match the house, suddenly we're imposing on the neighbors a garage of mirrors, which I think is kind of the opposite of what the concern that we've all articulated here. I think. Sorry to have cut you off.
No. I'm just going back to that provision that says that the accessory structure can be built prior to the main structure as long as there is a zoning certificate that's been issued for the main structure. We're not looking for a variance from that. We're looking for a variance for it to be located in the front yard.
Right. So
we can condition the variance to this zoning certificate, realizing that what staff will be looking at will be location, height, area, all that, as part of what's been approved in the zoning certificate. And, we go on faith that somebody's going to build a house that has an appropriate residential aesthetic to it.
And so if I understand you correctly, you would be in favor of granting it subject to the condition that let me ask the question more directly. Would you be in favor, are you saying you're in favor of granting the variance subject to the condition that it match the plan submitted with the zoning certificate, or that it match the house as constructed, whatever it looks like, or something else?
The former.
Okay, so we have, the board has the certificate was zoning certificate number, permit number 2019-0282. And one of the attachments to that is plans dated, I don't know. There's some plans, right? Dated February 26th of 2019. So what you would say is, I would issue a variance subject to the condition that the construction match that plan. And if the buyer says, well, I want to build something different, then that's fine, but they're going to have to come back through this process again. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's loud and clear.
And I believe that what we've done is we've satisfied the appellant's desire to proffer to prospective buyers the idea that this board is willing to entertain variances to construct that garage in the front yard prior to the construction of the main structure.
Right. I'm with you loud and clear.
And Jeff, to go back to your concern with David, I think what we're all trying to avoid, you call it mirrors or fish or whatever else. In the back of our mind, we don't want a metal building sitting there in the middle of that hill that you're going to look at every day.
Right.
And how do we address that? Okay, because the metal building sitting on the hill there is not conform with, you know, the neighborhood.
Right. That's what I think, and that's what I think staff was concerned about. The nature of this is we do have a design here, but obviously somebody is going to purchase the property and put a house up there, and we have no idea what it's going to look like.
Right. Okay.
That I'm willing to grant the variance that it's in substantial conformance with this permit, zoning permit, and hopefully that solves the applicant's need, and in all likelihood, the property owner, the new buyer, is going to have to come back with another variance.
Right. It's actually it's better than a proof of concept. It's actual permission to build that particular thing. And if they don't want that particular thing, then it is a proof of concept that they could get a variance for whatever particular design they might want.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good point. Mr. Sion, you want to weigh in on this?
I have nothing additional to say, but yeah, I concur with that direction.
Mr. Carell, any thoughts?
With Mr. Hipper has said, and I'm good with that.
Okay, so I think the sense of the board is that we would be in favor of granting the variance subject to the conditions that that any construction match the plans submitted in connection with the application for the zoning certificate 2019-0282. Were there, I'm trying to remember if there were additional staff recommended conditions. Subject also, I assume, to the staff recommended conditions and the typical, oh, there they are. Single family residence constructed within 1 year of the accessory. Okay.
Yeah, but Mr. Nye, I don't know how we put a time element to this.
Well, we don't have to, right?
No. If he sells it and 3 years have gone by and the owner, the buyer still has no desire to build, you know, and then the 4th year he decides to build, I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, we don't know when he's going to be successful in selling the property, nor that a buyer would be able to put a structure on it.
Well, really, we have no plans now, no type of plans that we've looked at, correct?
Right, correct.
So when he sells the property, the new property owner would have to come in and have plans and show us what he wants to build there. So either way we go, the new owner will have to come up with some type of plan and I think showing us a structure is far much better than going in blindfolded.
I agree with that.
If I could, this is PJ Ginty. If I could add a clarification onto Earl's comment, should this variance be granted, the variance runs with the property. So should this variance be granted to allow a 1,200 square foot accessory structure to be located in the front yard, whoever is the next property owner would be able to build a 1,200 square foot accessory structure in the front yard, so long as they meet whatever conditions that the board is looking to impose.
In other words, they would not need to come provide additional plans, right? That's what we're.
Unless they were not in substantial conformance with the plans that the applicant has submitted for the accessory structure as part of this application.
Right. We're all looking to not have a metal building stuck out there. Yeah. with me. So however we word that, that's where I'm going, and I think everybody else is going.
So I think the conditions Mr. Haber described would capture that. There's still the question about timing. I don't think we need to put a time condition on this. We could, I don't think we need to. The staff recommended condition is simply that whenever you build this accessory structure, you are permitted to do before construction under 5.2A8. Staff recommended condition is that the primary structure, the single family residence, must be completed within a year of the accessory structure being built, right?
Mr. Knight, let me say it this way. Typically in our variances is that whatever the structure under consideration is that we condition starting within a year and completion within 2. And I would not do that for this variance. However, I do agree with staff that that the principal structure be started within a certain time frame after construction of the structure under consideration here.
I agree. I think I hear a consensus amongst the board for a granting of the variance, subject to staff's recommended condition, and also subject to, and of course, substantial conformity with the proposed site plan, et cetera, but also subject to the additional condition that the look and style of the new structure match the plan submitted with the zoning certificate. That gives them at least concept, gives them the actual authority to build something that looks like that proposed house. And if they want to build something else, they'll have to get a new variance, which they could do. Did I get that right?
I'm in agreement with you.
Yes, so am I.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
Mr. Chair, regarding case number 6-2020 BZA, I move that we grant a variance to construct an accessory structure in the front yard where it's only permitted in the rear yard. This is a 2938 Mile Road. I'm going to include staff's findings as a part of granting the variance. The accessory structure, let's see, this is in accordance with 5.2.A8, which allows accessory buildings to be constructed prior to the construction of the main building, but only after a zoning certificate has been issued for the principal structure, which we have in hand. I reference that as permit number 20190282 of the Anderson Township Zoning Commission. That the aesthetics, let's see, that the principal structure, these are conditions, that the principal structure is in conformance with that permit, zoning permit, in its entirety regarding location and aesthetics, that the accessory structure will match the materials and aesthetics of the principal structure within that zoning permit, and that should the accessory structure be constructed that the principal structure, as noted in that permit, would be started within 1 year of completion of the accessory structure.
I think I've got all that. Does staff have all that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Thank you.
This is Paul Sign. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Haber,
Aye.
Mr. Cyan,
Aye.
Mr. Shekels,
Aye.
Mr. Correll,
Aye.
Mr. Nye.
Aye.
Right.
Okay, that concludes case 6-2020 BZA, at least the public discussion of it. Mr. Delara, you don't need to stay on the line anymore. We will journalize our decision at the end of the meeting. And you could give staff a call probably tomorrow and they can tell you when your certificate will be ready. I've lost my agenda sheet. Okay. Next item on the agenda is consideration of case 11-2020 BZA. Will the staff please present the case?
Good evening. This is PJ Genty. This is the application for case 11-2020 BZA. The applicant is Chris and Katie Dooley. They're the property owners. It is located at 2138 Harcourt Drive.
PJ, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Are Chris and Katie Dooley on the line?
There's Chris, we're going back and forth and muting each other. Give me 1 second.
It looks like he is.
I think he is.
Hey, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. All right. Chris, we'll come back to you in a little bit. PJ, please continue.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting a conditional use to allow an accessory apartment. Accessory apartments are a conditional use in a single-family zoning district per Article 5.4I1 of the Anderson Township zoning resolution. The definition of an accessory apartment is as follows: a single dwelling unit apartment intended for use as a complete independent living facility that is in the same structure as, under the same ownership as, and subordinate to a residence constructed as a single family residence, and with one of the two dwelling units occupied as a principal residence of the owner. The applicant is proposing to construct a 28-foot by 41-foot accessory apartment, and that includes a deck as well, connected to the existing residence by a substantial archway. The proposed accessory apartment will contain a 2-car garage on the first level. The second level will function as an approximately 1,000 square foot complete independent living facility, and the applicant has indicated it's for his father-in-law. The proposed accessory apartment will consist of materials that match the existing residence. The residence and retaining wall were constructed in 2002. In 2006, a zoning certificate was issued for an accessory structure to be located in the rear yard. However, according to aerial imagery, this was never constructed. The current property owner purchased the property in February 2020. This is the property map showing the approximately 2.5 acre or 2.4 acre site. In the lower bottom, in the lower part of the property, the south part of the property is where the private drive starts. And then as you can see in the aerial imagery, the private drive serves, it's the last house that is served by the private drive. So it goes from the south up to the north and then works its way into the applicant's existing garage. The property is, go to the topography map. The topography of the site is quite unique. So there's a steep slope down from the south up to the north, and then a very steep drop off from the private drive down to the applicant's existing residence. The area in which they're proposing to build the accessory apartment is located off to the northeast of the existing residence, and it would be connected by an archway. Going back to the topography map, this location of the proposed accessory apartment and addition makes sense from a topographic standpoint. Here's an image showing the proposed site plan. Again, including the deck, the proposed accessory apartment is 41 feet by 28 feet, and it does meet the setbacks required for the zoning district and the community unit plan, which is 10 feet. The accessory apartment is proposed to be connected by a substantial archway. And these are proposed elevations and a conceptual graphic that the applicant has submitted. And again, the definition for accessory apartment states that it needs to be connected by substantial wall or roof for it to be considered an accessory apartment. This is looking from the end of the public street, Harcourt Drive, up towards the north. This is going along the private drive. As you can see, the house is substantially lower than the private drive in that location. This is looking to the north. This is the same area the previous photograph was in. This is looking to the south towards the private drive. This house here on the left is the closest residence to the property in question. This is an image showing, this is looking to the north, showing the existing residence. The proposed accessory apartment is going to be located off to the right here behind this tree. And as I mentioned earlier, the private drive is substantially higher, substantially higher than the existing single family residence. And this is the retaining wall area that was mentioned in the history. This is the proposed, this is the existing driveway and the area where the proposed accessory apartment would be located. The applicant has indicated that the archway would extend from the corner of this garage off to the northeast to connect in a substantial manner with the proposed accessory apartment. Again, this area shows where the proposed accessory apartment will be located. As I mentioned earlier when going through the topography image, the area where the proposed accessory apartment addition is going to be located on top of this hill. It really is one of the flattest portions of this property. And again, showing the grade changes. The proposed accessory apartment will be located off to the right. And this is looking back towards north of the property, so extending past the proposed accessory apartment. And again, this is a conditional use, so there are general considerations that are taken into account when granting a conditional use. Those general considerations are found in Article 2.12 D8. Spirit and intent. The proposed use and development would comply with the spirit and intention of the zoning resolution and with district purposes by meeting the conditional use standards. The proposed accessory apartment meets all of the conditional use standards set forth in Article 5.4 I1 of the zoning resolution. Adverse effect. The proposed accessory apartment would not have an adverse effect upon adjacent property or the public health, safety, and general welfare. The accessory apartment will be located below the existing private drive and approximately 175 feet from the nearest residence to the south. Protection of public services. The proposed accessory apartment will respect natural, scenic, and historic features of significant public interest. The proposed accessory apartment is located in an area that will have minimal negative effects on natural and scenic features on the property. And then moving into the consistency with adopted township plans. The proposed accessory apartment is consistent with the Anderson Township zoning resolution, as the accessory apartment is compliant with the height and setback requirements for the property. The conditional use is in accordance with the township's comprehensive plan adopted in 2016. It is consistent with the following goals and initiatives in the people and housing chapters of the comp plan, which states the township should provide a variety of businesses and housing options to meet changing demographics and market demand. Encourage the development of a variety of housing styles and densities in appropriate areas of the township. This property is designated for single-family residential use on the future land use map, and staff feels as though the proposed accessory apartment is consistent with this use classification. There are specific criteria because this is a conditional use that the accessory apartment might meet. The first one is M. No exterior alterations of an existing structure shall be made that depart from the residential character of the building. All new structures shall be compatible in residential design with the surrounding neighborhood. However, any improvement required by code or necessitated by licensing requirements shall not be deemed incompatible. Staff finds that the applicant has met this condition and is in compliance. The applicant has indicated that the accessory apartment will consist of materials that are similar to the existing residence. The next one is P1. Signage shall be regulated as follows. No sign shall be erected except those exempt under Article 5.5 D3. Staff feels as though this is in compliance as the applicant is not proposing to install signage on the property. Q, the conditional use shall be subordinate to the principal permitted use with regard to usage and character. This is in compliance. The proposed accessory apartment is 1,148 square feet, including the deck, while the existing residence is approximately 4,100 square feet. And the final condition is Y. The intensity of the particular use shall be evaluated with regard to the location, size, and configuration of the tract. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed intensity of the accessory apartment is appropriate for the location, size, and configuration of the tract. The applicant has stated that the proposed accessory apartment will be occupied by his father-in-law. The proposed accessory apartment is located below the private drive and will be screened from residential properties to the south. And before we get to the public testimony portion, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Mr. Haber, any questions for staff?
I have none, sir. Thank you very much. However, I would like to just take a moment. These conditional use requests are rather detailed in nature, and I applaud staff for their comprehensive report.
Certainly agree with that.
No questions for staff. Thank you.
Mr. Shekels.
No questions. Great job, guys.
Mr. Carell?
No, I just think I applaud the staff as well.
Okay. Will the appellant or the appellant's representative please unmute yourself, speak into your phone or microphone, and state your name and address?
And sorry, this is Chris at 2138 Harcourt. I'm the property owner. I didn't catch that last part. Are you looking for people that are in support?
I was looking for you, as a matter of fact. Will you please, please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
So I think you guys got it pretty, well there. The pictures really do represent the area. I apologize for the broken basketball hoop. A tree had fallen on our house the day before, so it's usually a lot more cleaned up. But the property that we're trying to build, or the structure, is in spirit of the original building, and we really want it to look the same, especially since it would be connected with that archway. We are, there was another plan in the past for an accessory building there, and we had looked at that, but we did realize that we needed to go towards the accessory apartment if we would like our father-in-law to live in the upper floor of it with a garage underneath. We were originally going to go just for a garage, and we figured that this would be great since our father-in-law is aging, and it would be great to have him down here with the family and be able to take care of him. So those are our plans. The area is heavily wooded. Even in the winter, it's very difficult to see any adjoining neighbors. The closest one, like you said, is about 175 feet away, and most of the year it's fairly tree covered that I can't even see their house. I'm looking at it right now. So it should be very little impact to anyone around us. And hopefully, from everything that we've seen, it ties in with the design of the neighborhood as well, with brick and the stone design that we're going for.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for the appellant?
I have none. Thank you.
Mr. Sine, any questions for the appellant?
Thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. So I'm going to go through again. We'll do this as we did it before. I will ask for anyone who wishes to speak in support of the appellant in case 11-2020 BZA. You can go ahead and start talking now. I think Sarah will unmute people. When we find someone, we will stop and figure out who you are. Anyone in support of 11-2020?
I'm gonna do my best here.
Great.
Oh, I heard someone.
Hello?
Who's that?
Hi, this is Tracy Jonovitz. I'm at
Tracy.
213. Hi. I'm in neither support or opposing. I just have a few questions. I'm the neighbor that can see the property.
I'm sorry. So your address is what again?
2134 Harcourt Estates Drive.
2134 Harcourt. Okay. Ms. Jonovitz, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, tell us whatever you want to tell us or whatever questions you have.
Yeah, I have some questions regarding the solar panels that were in the drawing. Are those solar panels going to be laying flat on the roof, or are they going to be erect at any point, which would then potentially have some kind of light reflecting towards our property?
Okay.
Hey, Tracy, that's a fantastic question.
Chris, hold on one second.
Roof is going to...
Chris,
Sure.
Give me 1 second. I just want to make, I'd like Ms. Jonovitz to ask all her questions if she, and then I will put it back to you in case the board has any follow-up questions. I'd like her to get as much out as she can first time around. Ms. Jonovitz, do you have any additional questions about that?
Yeah, so it was the solar panels were the first question. The second question is how long the project is expected to take. The reason why I ask is, well, especially in the wintertime, you can't see the property too much. My concern has nothing to do with the visibility of the structure. It's more about the noise, the construction noise. With that property being significantly below the private drive, noise travels and is amplified, if you will,
coming neighbor, huh?
up to the neighbor. Yeah. So I just want to make sure, like this, where I'd like to know is if this is going to be a crews coming down a shared drive with a few other neighbors. So I just like to have that knowledge before this gets started. And those were my only two questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have anything they want to add to that before I pitch over to the appellant to answer those questions? Does the board have any follow-up questions, I guess? Mr. Haber?
Thank you.
Mr. Sine?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sheck?
No.
Mr. Correll?
No.
Okay, Mr. Dooley, I'll put those questions to you then. Can you tell us more about the solar panels and construction time?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Tracy. So the solar panels will be attached to the roof with standoffs, but they will be parallel to the roof, so they will be flat on there. Obviously, solar panels are usually an inch or two off the roof to accommodate airflow and stuff like that. The roof is almost considered a flat roof. The slope is going to be about a 212, which is about a 10-degree slope in the roof. So it will be very flat, and there shouldn't be anything, coming your way with that in mind. In terms of the construction timeline, with the solar panels going on there, and obviously one of our goals is to, develop our own energy. There are solar tax credits that go through this year before they kind of run out. So the goal is to really get the building constructed and completed before the end of the year so we can qualify for those solar tax credits. So our goal would be to get this built very quickly. We do not have a detailed construction timeline or anything like that, but our goal would be to move quickly to meet that end of year deadline.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Jonovitz, any follow-up questions to that?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm looking for anyone else who would like to speak in support of, or let's say in support or neutral on case 11-2020 BZA. Is there anyone else on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, who's that?
Hi, my name is Matt Honold. I'm at 2132 Harcourt.
2132. All right,
Yeah,
Ms.
so
Honold, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
yes.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
So I'd kind of like to just explain that I'm in favor of it. I've got to meet the Dooleys and go through their plans, and I think it'll be a great benefit to their family and the residents down there to have their father-in-law on site, and as Chris mentioned, to have those solar panels. Anything that's green energy, I'm definitely in favor of something like that.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Honold? Mr. Haber?
Thank you.
Mr. Sine?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
None, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Honold. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of case 11-2020 BZA? Anyone else on the line?
Hey, Bill. She's sleeping on my arm.
I'm hearing some voices, but I can't quite make them out. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in support of 11-20? Anyone else to speak in support of 11-2020? Okay, I don't hear anyone else. We'll now take testimony from persons who wish to speak in opposition to case 11-2020 BZA. Is there anyone on the line who would like to speak in opposition to case 11-2020 BZA? Anyone on the line who'd like to speak in opposition to the appellant in case 11-2020 BZA? Okay, hearing none, I think we can conclude the public hearing on this. Is there a motion to close?
Mr. Nye, this is Mr. Haber.
Yes.
I do have a question for staff as a follow-up to Ms. Jonovitz. Are there regulations that would control, because we're looking at a private drive that are feeding a number of residential properties. Is there anything within our zoning code that would require upkeep or regular cleaning or anything of that public drive as a response to construction activities?
Brad, do you know
No.
of anything that would? I thought it was just all private property, so it would fall on the property owners that
That's correct.
on that public drive.
Yeah, that's correct. The maintenance of the private drive is a civil agreement between those property owners.
Right, but I'm talking about as a result of construction activities. Is there anything within the code that says that if construction activities occur, dirt, whatever happens on that drive, that somebody's responsible for that?
So it would be a civil dispute between the property owners that utilize the private drive.
It could be written in their easements for the private drive, but it would be up to them. There's nothing in our code.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sion, any questions or any, where were we? Does anyone else have any questions for staff or the appellant based on what Mr. Haber asked? Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, I think the staff did an excellent report.
Okay, I think we've heard all the testimony. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Haber?
I'm so made.
I think I heard a couple motions to close. That sounds like a motion and a second to me. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Haber. Mr. Sion.
Aye.
Mr. Shekels.
Aye.
Mr. Correll.
Aye.
Mr. Nye.
Aye. Okay, discussion. Mr. Haber, you want to start us off?
I'm in favor of granting the conditional use for this accessory apartment. I think the staff's done a wonderful job. I think the appellant has clearly articulated what they're looking for. We've had people that are in support. We have no people online that is in opposition. That just one concern, and I probably understand there's not going to be a lot of excavation or something. And I'm just wondering if we can put a condition in there that the private drive will be regularly cleaned or something. So otherwise, I'm totally in favor of granting the conditional use request. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Simon.
I'm in agreement as well. I think it's based on the location of the house and the way it's set. I don't think it's going to impact the neighborhood. I think it'll add value to the house as well too.
All right, Mr. Shekels.
I'm in favor of granting. I would oppose any kind of whatever we want to call it as far as cleaning the drive 3 days a week or when mud reaches a quarter inch or anything. I would oppose that. It's a private drive. It's between them. And I don't think that's something we need to get involved in.
Mr. Correll?
No, I'm fine. I have no comments.
Okay. I think I would support granting the conditional use permit. I think Mr. Shekels is right that the private drive, clearing it is probably not a zoning issue. I'm sure the appellant will be a good neighbor and do that if necessary. I don't think that's something probably that's within our purview. I'm hearing consensus to grant the conditional use permit. Is there, but I'm not sure if there are 3 votes on the board cleaning the private drive. Mr. Haber, would you make that a condition of your approval?
Again, please.
I think there's consensus to grant the conditional use permit. I do not think there's a majority of the board that would support a condition relating to cleaning the private drive, but I'm not sure about that. Would you impose that as a condition?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
I was looking as my previous question to staff was whether or not it was an issue for zoning, and I think I'm willing to subject it to being a good neighbor policy.
Okay, I think we have consensus of the board that grant the conditional use permit based on staff's findings there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Mr. Shekels, is there a second?
Paul Simon, the second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Carell?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye. All right. That is agenda item number 6. Mr. Dooley, if you get in touch with staff tomorrow, I think they can tell you when you can pick up that certificate. All right.
Thank you.
Next, we've got case 12-2020 BZA. Will the staff please present the case?
Thanks, Mr. Nye. This is PJ Ginty. The applicant in case 12-2020 BZA is Alyssa Buchanan. She is the property owner.
You're right there. Make sure we have Ms. Buchanan on the line before we go too much farther. Ms. Buchanan, are you on with us on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
You're here. Okay, great. We'll come back to you in a minute. PJ, please go ahead.
Thank you. The location is at, the address is 1826 8 Mile Road. It is Zone B residence. The request before you this evening is a variance request to allow a 6-foot high privacy fence in the front and side yard of the property, where only a 4-foot high, 75% open fence is permitted. And that is per Article 5.2A9 of the zoning resolution. The applicant is requesting to construct a 6-foot high privacy fence in the side, front, and rear yard. The subject property is a corner lot with frontage on 8 Mile Road and a private drive for Forest Hill Swim Club. The applicant intends to enclose a door in the rear of the house and patio in the front yard.
Who thinks you need a variance for that?
I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
I'm going to mute people again. Just as you finish your report, I'll unmute them.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sarah. I just didn't want to try to talk over anything. It's just, yeah. The applicant intends to enclose a door in the rear of the house and a patio in the side yard within the 6-foot tall privacy fence, along with an area in the front yard to store fans. Currently, there is a 6-foot high privacy fence in the side yard and a 4-foot high, 75% open fencing in the rear yard. The house was built in 1959, and the current owner purchased the property in June of 2015. There were no fence zoning certificates on file for this property. This is the property map showing the boundaries of the property. Now, the front yard, front, side, and rear is a little bit different on this property. So the private drive extends right here back to the Forest Hill Swim Club. So this area is considered the property's front yard. This area is considered the side yard. And then this would be considered the applicant's rear yard. All the way up to here, actually. So back here. And this is an aerial imagery showing the applicant's property. As you can see, there's trees located on the southern side of the property, as well as the western portion of the property towards 8 Mile Road. The site is relatively flat, so topography is not a concern at this location. This is the site plan showing the proposed 6-foot tall privacy fence. So as I mentioned, the only area that is needing a variance from this board this evening, and if you follow the yellow or the red highlighter, so it goes towards 8 Mile Road in what is considered the applicant's side yard, and then goes to the north in what is considered the applicant's front yard. This is an image that the applicant put together showing what the proposed 6-foot tall privacy fence would look like if it were approved. This is an image looking at the property, at the residence in question. This is looking from the private drive, so this is looking towards the south. This is also an image that is looking from the private drive. So the proposed 6 foot high privacy fence will be located just a little bit past this corner, right in the middle of the screen there, where the red highlighter is. And this is the image looking from the entrance of that entrance to the Forest Hill Swim Club. As you can see, the sign does block at least a portion of the proposed fence in question. And then this is looking from 8 Mile Road to the east at the residence. To the right is the existing privacy fence that the applicant has mentioned in her application.
Do this on your computer.
This is an image looking to the east back towards Forest Hill Swim Club. Again, the proposed 6 foot high privacy fence would be extending past this house, past the existing house into the applicant's front yard. And this is looking at the existing 4 foot 75% open fence. So this would be this fence would be replaced by a 6 foot tall, 6 foot high privacy fence, according to the applicant's site plan. And this is looking back towards the Forest Hill Swim Club from the private drive. This is an image looking at the private drive from the applicant's residence. Again, this 4 foot tall, 75% open fence would be replaced by a 6 foot high privacy style fence. And this is looking at the applicant's residence. This would be looking towards to the south. This area would also be fenced in by a 6 foot tall. Is it me that's causing the feedback, or is there?
That was Brad messing with his headset.
Okay.
You're good. Carry on.
So the 6 foot tall, 6 foot high privacy fence would be extending between these two houses in what is considered the applicant's side yard. This is the back. This is the applicant's side yard, and they wish to enclose this patio and air conditioning unit as well. There's also a door that's located just above this fence there. Again, same area that was shown in the previous photograph. This is looking into the applicant's side yard, so there'd be a 6 foot high privacy fence in this area that would allow the applicant to enclose that area. Staff findings. Staff is of the opinion that the variance would not be substantial due to the mature trees in the front yard screening the fence from 8 Mile Road. There's an existing 6 foot high privacy fence in the side yard area. In addition, the house is oriented on a corner lot so that the rear of the house is technically the property side yard per zoning definition. Yet it has a patio and rear door to the house that the applicant is intending to enclose within the 6 foot high privacy fence. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. There's an existing 6 foot high privacy fence in the side yard of the property, although there is no zoning certificate on file for this fence, and the fence is non-compliant. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The property owner's predicament can be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. A 4 foot high, 75% open fence would be permitted anywhere on the property, or landscape screening could be installed. However, the applicant has indicated that they want more privacy for the back patio, and landscape screening would not survive due to the heavy tree canopy on the property. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed by granting the variance due to the orientation of the house on a corner lot, the mature trees and sign on the site screening the fence from 8 Mile Road, and the applicant's desire for privacy on the back patio, and the intent to enclose the door in the side of the house. And before we get to public testimony, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for staff?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
None, thank you.
And Mr. Carell?
None, thank you.
Okay, we will now take testimony from the appellant. Ms. Buchanan, or your representative. Is that you there? Okay, will you please state your name?
I'm unmuting people, so hopefully I catch her.
I'm here.
Is that you there on video? Okay. All right. Well, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I didn't catch that. Did we get a yes?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Can you
I'm
hear
sorry.
me okay?
You're a little delayed there. Okay. I'm sorry. So you're Ms. Buchanan. Go tell us anything you want.
Well, real quick, Ms. Buchanan, can you state your address?
Yes, it's 1826 Mile Road, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45255.
Thank you.
I'm asking for the variance, as stated, because my house is a corner lot. My back door and patio are only about 25 feet from my neighbors. My neighbors' side of their house and their walkway, and traffic along northbound traffic on 8 Mile can see right. They can see my patio and even my house, because although there is a privacy fence that was there when I bought the house along 8 Mile, because there's not a privacy fence between me and my neighbor, that traffic traveling north can also see right in this patio area. So I only have a front door and a back door outside of the garage doors. I don't have any other, I don't have side doors or any other doors. And I really would like to enclose a door so that I can have easy access to the fenced in area. A privacy style so I can enjoy the area that's fenced in. Also, I am asking that the variance allow for an area on the west side of my house, on the 8 Mile side of my house, for garbage cans. Currently, I store the cans in the back, and I lug them for about through about 70, maybe about 70 feet of grass to
Well, I've lost her.
Oh, are you still there? I'm still here.
I think we lost about the last 10 seconds of what you said.
Okay.
I heard you had to drag garbage cans through 70 feet of grass, and that was the last thing I heard.
Okay, so if the variance were granted, though, there would be a front-facing gate, and that would allow for much easier access for the garbage cans, to which I could then just roll them out of my driveway, and down the driveway they go. There are, as you mentioned, there are mature trees, and the Forest Hill Swim Club sign is rather large. So both of those things, the mature trees and the sign, they do offer a fair amount of screening from in front of that privacy fence. But it is my intention to add additional landscape screening to that side once the fence is up. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to figure out the software in time for this request that could simulate what it would look like with the landscaping. But I did want to show you. So this is a photo that you already have of my property that you just showed a moment ago. That's a part of the PowerPoint. And this is the fence right here. This is the swim club sign. And of course, there are all the mature trees. This is what it will look like when the property is landscaped along that fence line. And I bet you can't even see the fence, but it's right there. I used the same photo and was able to just put in some shrubs along that fence line, and there it is. So I also wanted to add one more thing, that this area for the garbage cans will only extend the fence 5 feet 10 inches, because that's the width. The gate is 5 feet, and then the posts are 5 inches each. So it's just 5 feet 10 inches that it would be extended to allow for on the side of my house where this garbage can area would be. It is not going any further. If you look at the photo again, sorry, this photo right here, it does not extend beyond this window. So it doesn't come anywhere near the front of my house. It's just that there would be a front facing gate. So this area is about 6 feet from the corner of my house to here. And this is the 5 feet 10 inches that I was talking about extending out towards 8 Mile. And it would not go beyond this shutter. So, oh, my screen just changed, but okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We'll give the board a chance to ask any questions. Mr. Haber, sorry to always start with you, but do you have any questions for the appellant?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
None, thank you.
None, thank you.
All right. I don't have any either. We'll now take testimony from anyone who wishes to support the appeal in case 12-2020 BZA. So if there's anyone on the line who would like to speak in support of the appellant in 12-2020, please speak up now. Anyone on the line in support of the appellant in case 12-2020?
I have everybody unmuted.
Anybody in support of 12-2020? I'm not hearing anyone who wishes to speak in support. We'll now take testimony from anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to case 12-2020. Is there anyone on the line who would like to speak in opposition to the appellant in case 12-2020? Asking again, is there anyone on the line who would like to speak in opposition to the appellant in case 12-2020? Wishes to speak in opposition, 12-2020. Okay, hearing none. Does the board have any follow-up questions for either the appellant or staff? Mr. Haber?
Yes, I do have a question for staff. If you can go to the drawings with the blue lines for the fence. I have a clarification question for staff.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix the PowerPoint. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, Mr. Hager. I closed out of it on accident and then. Okay, there we go. Which picture would you like me to go back to?
The one that, the plan that has the blue fences drawn in. Right there. So the gate over on the left-hand side, and then going down to the bottom to the property line, then over to in alignment with the house, with the right edge of the house. That's the only portion of fence that is under consideration for this variance.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you. Mr. Sion, any follow-on questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Thank you.
Mr. Correll?
None, thank you.
I think we've heard all the testimony and asked all the questions. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Mr. Haber moves. Is there a second?
I second. Earl Correll.
Mr. Correll seconds. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye. Okay, the public hearing is closed. We'll proceed to discussion of case 12-2020. It's our next item on the agenda. Mr. Haber, do you want to start us?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of granting the variance for the reasons of privacy, as the appellant has stated. I wanted to make sure the clarification as to what portion is under consideration, because there's a lot of fence here, and the rest of it being located within the rear yard and not subject to the variance. The only issue I think, and I want to hear other board members chime in as to whether we keep this located within the side yard or whether we allow the projection of the fence into the front yard. So I'd like to hear some testimony. I'm kind of mixed on that. As you can see in this picture, and typical within residential areas, how the left-hand portion of the appellant's house lines up with the front of the house directly below it. And this would alter that relationship. So I'd like to hear, I'm for granting the variance. I'm just not quite sure whether I'm totally sold on projecting into the front yard, and I'd like to hear fellow board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sion, do you want to go next?
Sure. No, I've got no issue with it. And then even looking at the side yard comment that Mr. Haber brought up, or front yard in this case, do we have a picture of the actual picture of the house from the street side, from 8 Mile?
It's maybe page 65, 66. Yeah.
Yeah. Staff just pulled it up. Yeah. So I was just trying to get a look at it there, and that's based on the positioning of the house. I mean, it becomes the front yard, even though that's the side of the house. So I don't particularly have an objection to extending the fence there. And from my understanding, it was mainly to allow the trash cans to be placed over there. But I've got no objections to extending it. In that it is, in that sense, their side yard there based on the house positioning. That's all I have.
Yeah. Mr. Shekels?
I have concerns with extending the fence towards 8 Mile. That's my concern. I think it will definitely change the sight line down the street. we can call it what we want, front, side, back, rear, up or down. But when I look at that and I drive up and down the street, if you project that out 6 feet or so, I definitely think it makes a difference in the neighborhood on 8 Mile. And that's my concern.
Mr. Carell?
I concur with Mr. Shekels. I don't think the other part of the neighborhood. I mean, are there fences like this on other houses on 8 Mile like this?
I didn't see any when I drove up and down this point.
So this would be the only.
That's not true.
Is that Ms. Buchanan?
Yes. My neighbor right across the street on the private drive, they have, in other words, a house identical to mine across the private drive, not across 8 Mile. They have the same exact situation, and I included in my request that they have a fence that divides them between their back neighbor, and it extends beyond their house towards 8 Mile. And it would actually extend further than my fence does. And also their neighbor behind them, they had a garage that's remodeled, and it extends really far. I don't know how far, but if you look, I believe the address is, so the neighbor, it's 1846 and, oh, I'm sorry, 1846. Anyway, the fence is in the lot of 1846, which is right across the private drive from me. And it separates, so those are the Powells, it separates their home with the Wolves who live on the other side. And I'm sorry, I don't have their address.
Perhaps then the fact that I didn't notice it is because it's so open. If that were a stockade fence, it would make all the difference in the world in the appearance.
It's not open, it's a privacy fence. It's a 6-foot privacy fence. It's on page 2 at the bottom, and it.
Can I jump in here? Can we have staff, can we pull up page 58 on that PowerPoint? So this is the house you're talking about, directly across from you.
Yes,
there.
Yes, that's it, okay. Correct. So you see the garage that's bumped out. It's just a few feet from that, but it belongs to 1846 8 Mile, the fence does.
Okay, so I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Shekels, but maybe I can get a clarification on this. Ms. Buchanan, if I understand it right, there's the fence on the property line is a 6-foot privacy fence, right?
No, sir. They actually have 2 fences. They have a split rail fence that goes, around, it's completely enclosed.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. So keep going.
Then they put a privacy fence behind that runs along behind their split rail fence so that they have privacy between 1846 and 1836. I don't know the next number, but I know theirs is 1846, the house at the corner. That fence, that privacy fence, extends further than my fence would. And if you use as a guide there, they have a bumped out, they did a remodel of their garage, the next house over. That wall, that privacy all along there to the end of their garage here. And this is much further out. I'm sorry, I don't know the footage, but it's much more than the 5 feet 5 inches I'm asking for.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Way that we could get the staff to take a look at what's across the street take a look at the other housing on 8 Mile to see what they have available, and then take into consideration what she's trying to do. That way everybody would be in compliance in the same type of structure material.
I think that's certainly a possibility.
You've got split rail fences, you've got stockade or a privacy fence. You're going to have another fence across the street. I think that the staff should take a look, and therefore, I mean, we're just seeing an aerial view. We can't see the frontage, the sidage. We can't see anything else except what we see here. And I think therefore we would get a better vision of what's in the area.
I think we can do that. I think, well, let me, Mr. Carroll, let me get back to Mr. Shekels because I interrupted him when he.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
This is a dialogue we got with the whole team here. Okay. I'm all right with that. Looking at that, I know I didn't notice that because it was because of the type of fence it was when I drove by there. Okay. If you take that split rail fence and put a 6-foot privacy fence where it is now, I know the privacy fence is running between the houses, but visually when you drive by, it doesn't catch your eye the way that's if you take that split rail fence to a privacy fence would. And that's my concern. I mean, we have to, that's my concern.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Carell, why don't you jump back in with your additional thoughts now?
Well, that's what I didn't mean to cut Mr. Shekels off, but I agree with him. You see a split rail fence, you don't notice it because you're looking through. With a privacy fence, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And I just think that staff should take a look at it. Therefore, we can get something visual instead of an aerial view, and get something that's ground level to see if it matches the decor, the aesthetic view of what everything else is.
Earl, I'm looking at Google Maps right now and Street View, and it looks like the fence along the property line on that property is a privacy fence, and then the fence that goes from the property line towards the house and then back to connect to the house is a split rail fence. And we did do a little bit of research about those fences, and I don't believe there are any zoning certificates on file for any of them.
So we have no idea how long they've been up.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my thoughts, I think I would tend to be inclined to grant the variance even out towards 8 Mile for a couple of reasons. My main observation is that this is a weird lot. Corner lots are always weird, but this is sort of doubly weird because it's turned the wrong way. It really should face 8 Mile. I don't know why it doesn't. It doesn't. And I think between that, the need to make use of the very small rear yard, patio, and door. Last month we thought it was important that a fence was enclosing a door, and we allowed it to come closer to the road than it ordinarily would have, in part because it was going to enclose a door. This would enclose a door. I understand that the additional 5 feet 10 inches is not necessarily to capture the door; it's to capture the garbage cans. But I think it's all things considered, I would be inclined to allow it to come out farther. There's been no objection from the neighbors. It does strike me as very similar, not identical, but similar to the one across the private drive. And I think all those things considered, also you kind of come down a hill there. So there's the property's flat, but as you're driving along, you come down the hill, there's a swim club there, there's the trees in the front yard, there's the sign. I don't think it would affect the character of the neighborhood to have that fence an extra 5 feet 10 inches out toward the road. But I absolutely understand that concern. Don't think it would necessarily be a terrible idea to either have staff get some additional photographs or for the board to all do an additional site visit or for the applicant to submit additional photos if the board that's important. But if the board does not want to do that, my vote would be to grant. Mr. Haber, I'll put it back to you. Let's go round through this one more time. What are you thinking?
Well, after hearing everything, my position is that I'm in favor of granting the variance with the projection into the front yard. I think I understand what the appellant is saying with the house across the street, because that their black, gray, or whatever it is, privacy fence actually extends into their front yard.
Right.
And it goes to the left so that it stops where the house above it, where the front face of that house is. So there, and I know we don't, I think there's an indication that there's no zoning certificate for that, but I think that's what the appellant is citing. And I think the 5 feet is minimum. I'm for granting variance with the projection into the front yard. And no need for me to have staff provide additional information. And that's my current position. Thank you.
That's fine. Mr. Sine, where are you on this?
I concur with yours and Mr. Haber's position.
Okay, Mr. Shekels, do you want to try to talk us out of it?
No, my concern is what I have. I really don't care about the property on the street, other side of the street, in the sense that the fact that they did not apply or did not have a variance or did not do whatever does not mean that means it's acceptable otherwise, otherwise we could make that, generalization that if somebody else violates the setback rules, then that allows everybody to violate the setback rules. But, I also understand, based on the character of the neighborhood and the specifics of this house, that there is a significant amount of vegetation, trees, and shading on that side, which I think will soften somewhat the impact that the extension past the house will have.
Yeah, there isn't a landscaping plan in the application, is there?
No, I was referring to the existing. It's heavily treed on that side towards 8 Mile.
Yeah.
So if you're coming at it from the other side, from down at the Clough side, I doubt that you would notice that projection much at all.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like Mr. Shekels is not in favor of that, but not that strongly opposed to it. Mr. Carell, what do you have to add?
I'll tell you where I am right now. I'm expressing my concern, but at the end of the day, if we have to vote right now, I'd vote to allow it.
Okay.
And I just want my concerns to be out there.
Hey, listen, you can vote against it if you're concerned about it.
I'm not that concerned. I'm expressing a concern I have with the unit. I'm not concerned listening to the dialogue that I would object to it. But I have to say, as a group, we have to be careful when we give a variance that we're not setting precedents down the road.
Yeah. We may or may not have a conforming fence. We may get an application next month from that neighbor to do something similar. Right. I think you're right to be concerned about that. I think all things considered, I'm still in favor of this. Mr. Carell?
You kind of sold me Ms. Buchanan did it right. She came to the board, she came to the BZA, and my concern was across the street, but then Brad brought it up that, taking a look at Google. And she said she was going to put in landscape and shrubbery, which would add to the fencing, and I'll support it.
I think the consensus of the board is to grant the variance. Are there any additional recommended conditions on here from staff? I'm trying to remember.
None that I see.
Yeah. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion then?
Mr. Chair, regarding case number 12-2020 BZA at 1826 8 Mile Road, I move that we grant the variance to construct a 6-foot high privacy fence in the front and side yard. I'm going because there's no variance for the rear yard. I'm going to cite staff's findings as a part of it. I'm going to make this a site-specific request that the fence in the side yard is necessary to provide privacy for the rear for the active areas outside in the patio, and then and then project into the front yard for necessary for trash cans.
Okay. You've got a motion. Is there a second?
This is Paul Sine, I second.
Secretary, please call the roll.
I'm muted. Mr. Haber.
Aye.
Mr. Cyan.
Aye.
Mr. Shekels.
Aye.
Mr. Corral.
Aye.
Mr. Nye.
Aye. That concludes our discussion of case 12-2020. Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. If you call staff tomorrow, they'll tell you how you can get your zoning certificate. And thank you. And then we're on to the next agenda item, which is consideration of case 13-2020, requesting variances. Actually, before we do, is our here still online? I know.
Yes, Janessa Gherkin and Eric Waker on the line.
Okay, great. We'll get back to you in just a minute. Staff, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Nye. The applicant for case 13-2020 BZA is Janessa Gherkin. She is the property owner. It's located at 674 Eversole Road. The zoning is A2 residence. The applicant is requesting multiple variances. There are 4 variance requests in total. Variance 1 is a variance request to allow a 6-foot high privacy fence in the side yard, where 6-foot high privacy fences are only permitted in the rear yard per Article 5.2A9 of the zoning resolution. Variance 2 is a request to allow a 2,800 square foot accessory structure to be located in the side yard of the property, where accessory structures are only permitted in the rear yard per Article 5.2A7. Variance 3 is a request to allow a 2,800 square foot accessory structure where an accessory structure is only permitted to be a maximum of 2,100 square feet per Article 5.2A7 of the zoning resolution. And the 4th and final variance request is a request to allow an accessory structure with a rear yard setback of 12 feet where 35 feet is required per Article 3.4 C2C of the zoning resolution. Site history, based on aerial photography between 2011 and 2014, the previous house on the site was demolished. And in June of 2014, Anderson Township issued a zoning certificate for the current house on the site. In September 2018, the township received a complaint that construction had stopped, the site was unkept, and there was tall grass. Planning and zoning staff have been addressing complaints regarding the exterior condition of the property in coordination with Hamilton County Building Department. The house remained unfinished until the current owner purchased the property in September 2019. In October 2019, Township staff stamped off on plans for interior renovations to include a finished basement. In May 2020, the house and driveway were brought into compliance with the zoning resolution and Anderson Township Property Maintenance Code. The existing 6-foot high privacy fence is the only violation remaining on the property. In 1997, a zoning certificate was issued for a 4-foot high split rail fence to be located in the rear yard of the property. This is the property map showing the unique orientation of this property. So the applicant's side yard is next to the house here towards the south on Eversole Road. The rear yard itself is actually very small on this property, and then the side is up to the north, and then the front yard is up to the west going towards Eversole Road. This is the aerial imagery. This is from earlier in 2019. So this still shows the existing or the former gravel driveway that was part of the zoning violation on the property. The note in this picture that the fence was not installed yet. This is the topography map of the property. It's kind of a unique topography as well. It consists of a decrease in grade from the south to north. An elevated driveway and landscape area is also located in the front yard of this property. This is the site plan showing the existing fencing that's located on the property. And again, this is where the side yard starts for this property, and it goes up towards the front yard. And that's where the 6-foot high privacy fence is located. This is the site plan showing the proposed 2,800 square foot accessory structure. Due to the height of the structure at 28 feet, it is required to meet the setbacks for the A2 residence zoning district. So that includes a 35-foot rear yard setback and then a 10-foot side yard setback, which the applicant was able to meet. This is an elevation drawing showing the proposed accessory structure. Again, the way we measure height is to the midpoint of the gable, so that is 28 feet. The tallest point of the structure, I believe, was 39 feet 10 inches. This is the existing property. This is the existing residence looking towards to the east from Eversole Road. Again, you can see the 6-foot tall privacy fence is located off to the left of the garage when looking at the house. This is the example of, this is an image of the 6-foot high privacy fence located in the side yard area of the property. And I mentioned earlier the elevated landscape area and driveway. So that is off to the right in this picture. You can notice with the topography, it does kind of vary in that area. The fence is sloped down quite a bit in the middle compared to the two ends of it. Here's another image showing the change in grade where the fence is. This is an image looking towards Eversole Road, so from the rear yard of the property, looking to the west, showing the existing 6-foot high privacy fence. Now, it doesn't go all the way up into the front yard or encroach into the front yard, but it's all located in the side yard. So anything past the rear yard is in compliance with the zoning resolution. This is the rear yard of the property where the 6-foot high privacy fence meets the existing 4-foot tall, 75% open fence. This is an image showing the proposed location of the proposed accessory structure. This is looking from Eversole Road. As you notice, they've paved up to this point, going towards the proposed accessory structure. It may be a question for the applicant as to if this is the extent of the pavement. Again, looking towards the rear yard of the property, this is looking over to the east, the proposed location for the accessory structure. Now, this is in the applicant's rear yard looking to the south. Sorry, looking to the south at the proposed location of the accessory structure. There's some dense vegetation that buffers it from the neighboring residential property, as well as on the left side of this image, a thick vegetative screen. This is looking from Eversole Road again towards the proposed accessory structure location. And I do want to ask the board before I read through all of them, would you like to discuss each variance individually, or I can read it all at once and then ask questions of staff? I wanted to leave it up to you guys.
I think my preference on this one is to hear staff's findings as to each variance and then discuss them probably separately. But if anyone else wants to do a different way, it doesn't matter to me.
I think separately makes sense.
I agree.
I agree.
All right, thank you. So variance 1, this is for the 6-foot high privacy fence in the side yard area of the property. Staff is of the opinion that the variance would not be substantial due to the distance from Eversole Drive, which is approximately 71 feet. In addition, the fence is partially screened by an elevated landscaping area to the west of the existing fence, and the topography, varies in the area where the fence was installed. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The applicant has indicated that the previous fence that fell into disrepair was located in a similar area. In addition, the existing privacy fence is partially screened by the elevated landscaping area to the west. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The property owner's predicament can be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. The applicant would be permitted to install a 6-foot high privacy fence in the rear yard of their property. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed by granting the variance due to the distance from the street, the variation of the topography, and the existing elevated landscaping area located in the front yard. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding variance 1.
None, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Corral?
None.
I don't have any either.
All right, thank you. Variance 2, these are the staff findings. Now this is for granting an accessory structure to be located in the rear yard where it would only be permitted, or in the side, be permitted in the side yard, whereas only permitted in the rear yard per the zoning resolution. So staff is of the opinion that the variance would not be substantial. Due to the unique orientation of the property in question, the applicant does not have a large rear yard to construct an accessory structure. Constructing an accessory structure in the proposed location minimizes the grading and clearing that may need to take place if the garage were to be constructed in the rear yard. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The proposed garage will be located approximately 85 feet from the residence to the south. The proposed garage will be screened from the nearest residence by existing vegetation, which includes mature trees. In addition, the proposed garage will be located 80 feet from Eversole Road. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The property owner's predicament can be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. The applicant is permitted to construct an accessory structure in the rear yard. However, due to the proposed height of the garage, which is 28 feet, the applicant is required to meet a 35-foot rear yard setback, which limits the area they would be permitted to construct a proposed garage in the rear yard. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed by granting the variance due to the distance from the street, the distance from the nearest residence to the south, and the existing vegetation, which consists of mature trees that screens the proposed garage from the residence to the south. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding variance number 2.
Mr. Haber, any questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
None, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
None, thank you.
And none from me.
Variance number 3, and this is a request to allow a 2,800 square foot accessory structure, where an accessory structure is only permitted to be a maximum of 2,100 square feet per Article 5.2A7. And staff is of the opinion that the variance could be substantial. The proposed garage is proposed to be 28 feet in height, measured from the average grade to the midpoint of the gable, while the top point of the roof is proposed to be 39 feet above ground level. In addition, the proposed accessory structure will be approximately 700 square feet greater than what would be permitted in the rear yard of the property per Article 5.2A7 of the zoning resolution. The essential character of the neighborhood could be altered, and adjoining properties could suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The applicant would be permitted to construct a 2,100 square foot accessory structure in the rear yard. However, the proposed 2,800 square foot accessory structure would comprise of 40% of the required rear yard. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The owner's predicament could be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. Should variance number 2 be approved, the applicant would be permitted to construct a 2,100 square foot accessory structure in the side yard area. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would not be observed, and substantial justice would not be done by granting the variance based on the size of the proposed accessory structure, which is 2,800 square feet, being substantially greater than what is allowed in the rear yard of the property. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding variance number 3.
Mr. Haber, any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
Thank you.
I do have a question that I guess isn't necessarily specific to this variance, but as I'm just looking at the property map, to the south, there I think used to be a street.
Yeah, let me go back to that image.
Over to Laverty. If you look at page 80, that strip there, I think, was a road at one point. On the Laverty side of it, which is just off picture to the right, bottom right, there is a street, and it dead ends, right there, kind of at the back corner of the property. Is that township owned as if it were a street, or is that owned by a neighbor, or what?
If
you know.
So that's owned by the residents to the south. It's not the same parcel. It's under 2 different parcels, but it's not owned by the township. No.
Okay. So a street is not going in there at any point. Well,
unless,
it's not going to be turned back into a street anytime soon without. Okay, that's my only question.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, 1 second.
Sure. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. So variance number 4. This is a request to allow an accessory structure with a rear yard setback of 12 feet where 35 feet is required. Staff is of the opinion that the variance would not be substantial. Due to the orientation of the property, it is more desirable for the applicant to construct the garage closer to the rear yard property line rather than having the garage be closer to the street. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The proposed garage will be screened from the nearest residence to the east by approximately 250 feet of existing vegetation consisting of mature trees. The variance would not adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. The owner's predicament could be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. Should variance number 2 be approved, the applicant would be permitted to construct an accessory structure in the side yard. However, the applicant has stated that moving the garage to be in compliance with Article 3.4 C2 would move the garage closer to Eversole Road and the residential properties that are located to the west. Staff is of the opinion that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed by granting the variance. Due to the distance from the street, the distance from the nearest residence to the east, and the existing vegetation consisting of mature trees that screens the proposed garage from the residence to the east. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding variance number 4.
Mr. Haber? Thank you. Mr. Sine?
Nothing here, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
None, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
None, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. The appellant or the appellant's representative, please unmute yourself, speak on the phone, and state your name and address, please.
Yep, this is Janessa Gherkin and Eric Wake, and we're the owners of 674 Eversole Road.
Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You do.
I do.
Okay, please tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
Yeah, thanks.
Let me say,
sorry
to interrupt. Tell us generally anything you'd like to tell us, and then I think the board will probably follow up with questions about specific variances as we go on. But let's just, tell us everything generally first. I think is probably the best way to go.
Sure. First, thanks for having us on this evening. Like it's been stated already, we purchased the house about 6 months ago, and there were quite a few violations on the property at that point. There was, quite a few issues with the home builder prior to us buying it. Over the last 6 months, we've put a lot of time and a lot of money into getting it livable and improving the property and improving the neighborhood that we're in. We live here together. We have 3 children, and our intent is to stay here and raise our children here. Aside from that, the fence itself was a replacement. I know that was already talked about. We did that in coordination with the neighbor who is on the other side of the fence. He wanted to repair the fence that was already kind of broken down, and we opted just to replace it with a brand new one. So that's kind of with the fence component of it. With the garage itself, the reason for the size is because of what we will be storing in the garage. We have our boat. It's a 26-foot boat. And we also have Eric's mother's boat, who's also an Anderson resident, and that's also a 26-foot pontoon. So those are the 2 largest vehicles that would be housed in there. They are pretty valuable, so that is why we do want to have them housed under our supervision and covered when we are not using them. It also will house our trailer for the boat, motorcycle. I have a regular Jeep as well. In addition to, some other things that we might, larger toys, if you will, look to purchase in the future. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 3 children, so it also will serve for dry storage for all of their stuff. The house will look like a Cape Cod. The garage will look like a Cape Cod from the street. It's a 1.5 story. The second story will be for the dry storage and then vehicles on the first story. It will look exactly like the house. So it will be designed to match the house, exactly the same siding, the same look and feel. We're even looking to do stone veneers on the front of it as well. I think that there are some neighbors on the phone as well that will probably chime in later, but we did host a meeting last week to review the plans with them, try to meet all of them prior to this meeting as well. So anything you want to chime in on?
No, that was good. So I will say for the fencing on the side yard for the privacy fence, the reason why we did bring that a little bit further out to the front of the house is because we do have an AC unit there. and we just kind of wanted to hide that from being visible from the street. So that was our intent on that. And that's why we brought it back in towards our house from our neighbor's side. I think that was the only thing that Janessa had missed on that part.
Okay. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the board for questions. Mr. Haber, any questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
None, thank you.
Eccles?
None, thank you.
Mr. Carell?
None, thank you.
Okay, I did not expect that. All right.
I didn't either.
Okay, we will now take testimony from anyone on the line who wishes to speak in support of the appeal in case, what is this, 13?
Yes.
Is there anyone on the line who would like to speak in support of case 13-2020? I know there was a Ms. Hand on the line about 2 hours ago.
I'm still here.
You're still here. Why don't we start with you?
Oh my God.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeannie Hand. My husband's Dave Platt. He's also here. And we are on the property south.
And what's that
Part
address?
of our property is what you were discussing as far as that little lane there.
Okay, what is that address?
636 Eversole Road.
Okay, and will you please your right hands to be sworn?
Yep.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do.
Okay. All right, tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
We own what you described as a street. It's never been a street. It used to be a driveway up to the subdivision back. I know it is Lafferty Street, and I'm not sure the name of the subdivision. 50 years ago, there was a farmhouse up there, and that was the driveway getting into the farmhouse. And in the subdivision of lots and such, that lower drive became ours, and in fact, I think part of our driveway extends out on it. So in part, that it one time was in two separate parcels. We paid to have it combined into one parcel. I've not checked that, see that it was, but we just received one tax bill now. So I assume it's part of our property deed for our main house. We have no objections to the moving the structure back deeper into the property. We are in concurrence that would look better on the back part of the property, closer to the rear property line. I think on the size variance, we stand neutral on that. That's for you all, but we're certainly very happy to see these people move in and take over an eyesore next door. And we didn't complain about the prior situation, but it was a mess for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Hand or Mr. Platt? Mr. Haber?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Corral?
No, thank you.
Okay, I don't either. Thank you, Ms. Hand. Thank you, Mr. Platt. Is there anyone else on the line who would like to speak in support of the appellant to case 13?
I would like to. My name's Shannon Conley.
Shannon Conley, can you tell us your address, Ms. Conley?
I'm at 730 Eversole Road.
Okay, and will you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
I am also in support of them building the structure, which I think is probably what's the main concern at this point. The house prior to their moving in was quite an eyesore, and there were other concerns that we had. It was sort of half constructed, abandoned, and under complete disrepair for a very long time, I think around 5 years. We are definitely in support of them going through the proper channels to build the structure on their property. They've been very compliant with all the neighbors and tried very hard to satisfy anybody's questions or concerns up to this point. And I think that Eric's initial description was mostly him, and this is my take on it, but him basically trying to explain that they have a lot of things. And if those things aren't, if they're not in a garage, then they're going to be in neighbors' sight lines. They won't have any put all of those things. So I think that it sort of benefits everyone that they are choosing to keep them in a garage. And frankly, we greatly appreciate the amount of time and effort and money that they've put into the property. And I think that it's probably helping all of our, you know, our property's values. So we're happy they're there, and we're fine with what they've chosen to do.
Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for Ms. Conley?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
None, thank you.
Okay, none from me either. Is there anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Conley. Is there anyone else on the line who'd like to speak in support of the appellant in case 13-2020?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay, I heard a couple people. Why doesn't someone shout out and try to get in the line?
I would like to speak. My name is Bobby Boyke. I live at 715 Eversole.
Okay, Ms. Boyke, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
I certainly can.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I absolutely do.
Okay, please tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
I look directly at actually a little bit to the right, but I look at their house every single day, and we've suffered that eyesore for over 5 years. And when Janessa and Eric bought that house, it was immediate improvement. And as far as I'm concerned, anything they do is just fine with us. I know that we saw the plans for their garage. I know it's large, but they have a large family, and they have stuff they want to put in there. And I understand that it's much better in a garage than it is sitting out in front of their house. They've improved the neighborhood, and we are a little short street, and we're pretty friendly around here. And as far as I know, we have no objections at all to what they want to do. We're good with it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was it.
That was it. I'm sorry. I thought maybe I cut you off. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for Ms. Boyke?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Boyke, thank you for calling in. Is there anyone else on the line who would like to speak in support of the appellants in case 13-2020?
I would.
Who is that?
My name is Georgia Wingerberg.
And what's your address?
It's 699 Eversole.
699. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
You swear or affirm to tell
I
the
do.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
I am catty corner from them. I look at that house and their yard, and I don't think anybody else on the street could say anything better than the ones that have spoke, and I totally agree.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sion?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. Is there anyone else in the line who'd like to speak in support of the appellants in case 13-2020?
Yes, I would.
I heard two people. I think I heard a man first. We'll start with him.
Go ahead, Luke.
Sure. This is Luke Burke. We live at 894 Eversole.
Okay, Mr. Burke, please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
My wife and Aaron, we've also met with the neighbors, and
walk through their house and walk through their plans and what they're looking to do with the garage. And just as the others have said, we're in complete agreement and support what they're looking to do and build with the garage. So I'll keep this short, but we're in complete agreement there.
Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for Mr. Burke?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sine?
None, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Nope, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, thank you.
All right. I heard at least one other person, a woman who wanted to speak in support of case 13-2020. Who's that?
This is Lori Panacea. I live at 871 Eversole.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole
I'm
truth?
sorry?
Will you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
My husband, I would just like to say that we have no problem with the building, and it's fine with us. That's really short, I know.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for Ms. Panacea?
None, thank you.
Mr. Sine?
Thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Nope, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the line who'd like to speak in support of the appellants in case 13-2020 BZA? Anyone else? Anyone else on the line who'd like to speak in support of the appellants in case 13? Okay, I'm not hearing anyone, so let's move on. Is there anyone on the line who'd like to speak in opposition to the appellants in case 13-2020? Is there anyone on the line who'd like to speak in opposition to the appellants in case 13-2020 BZA?
I guess this is a question.
Who's that?
This is John LeCount,
Oh, Mr. LeCount. Okay. Can you tell us your address, please?
600 Eversole.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes,
You swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
I have no problem with the garage. This is a residential area, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and that they're listing it as a business address. Is that correct or is that appropriate?
What do you mean by they're listing it as a business address?
Or the plumbing business that he runs?
Your question is it appropriate for him to run a plumbing business out of his home?
Well, is it appropriate to list it as, is that what the garage is for storage of equipment and other things? Or is it, I mean, if it's for storage of boats and things like that, I have no problem. If it's for storage of plumbing equipment, plumbing supplies, I would say that that's not appropriate.
I see. Okay. Let me pass that question on to staff. I know this came up a month or 2 months ago. There in the 8 Mile property, actually, there was a guy who may have been storing some construction equipment in a garage. We discussed whether there was a permitted conditional use or whether there would need a variance or a zone change. Could staff remind us of what the rules are regarding or the correct terminology is? Is that something you guys have at hand?
Thanks, Mr. Nye. This is PJ Ginty. Going off of the applicant's submittal and sworn testimony, so in their application, they state that the vehicles that will be housed in the garage are oversized and include a surf boat, a Jeep, truck that we pool our boat with, dump trailer, amongst other vehicles. So that's what the applicant swore in their testimony, that's what they were going to store in their garage. If you give me a few minutes, I can get that definition for you. I just wanted to remind the board of the applicant's testimony.
Yeah, I think actually rather than pulling the definition, if I understand it correctly, they would certainly be permitted to store their personal vehicles, boats, etc., in there. But granting a variance to build the garage would not either give them license to store anything that they couldn't otherwise store, right?
That is correct.
So in other words, LeCount, I think the answer to your question is, if we grant these variances and permit them to build the garage, that would not give them permission to store something that is otherwise prohibited by the zoning resolution, which may or may not include, a plumbing truck, depending on the nature of the business and so on.
I mean, his own plumbing truck, I think, is expected, but it's just a matter of if you're having additional trucks have to deliver supplies, piping, plumbing, things like that, and they're going to store that there, I don't think that's appropriate.
So I guess what I'm saying is that they have not asked us here in these proceedings for permission to do anything that the zoning resolution prohibits. So if that is prohibited by the zoning resolution, and whether or not it is or not would depend on the details of what that is, they haven't asked us for permission to deviate from that at all. So if it's prohibited today, it will be prohibited, tomorrow, even if the variance is granted. And if it's prohibited, and there's a complaint, then staff would investigate it and issue a citation if there's a violation. Does that answer your question?
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
This is Terry LeCount, and
okay, Ms. LeCount, were you sworn?
no, but you can do it now.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. What would you like?
We just were told to look at the website, and the website does list their address as the Wake Plumbing business address. And I mean, our concern was it's a very narrow road. You've got kids walking down to the bus, and if you have a lot of trucks coming up and down, that's only our concern.
Okay.
As far as a residential, garage,
I think we understand your position. Let me see if the board has any for you. Mr. Haber, any questions for the LeCounts?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
Thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Nope. Thank you.
Mr. Carell?
No, thank you.
Here is one question. You're at 600, is that right?
Yeah,
yes.
very top of the hill.
Top of the hill, right? Okay. Have you observed plumbing truck traffic going through there, in and out of there as of yet?
no, it's just listed on the website.
Okay.
He has his work truck. He has his work truck there, which is
Yeah.
appropriate, which is fine.
And they have improved the property tremendously. So, I'm just concerned about kids walking up and down the hill, and because it's a narrow street, and if you get a lot of trucks on it.
Your concern is that by granting one of these or some of these variances, we're kind of inadvertently inviting a business into a residential neighborhood. Is that a fair characterization of it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Haber, any follow-up questions based on that?
Thank you.
Mr. Sion?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Carell?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone on the line who would like to be heard with respect to case 13-2020 BZA? Anyone else on the line who would like to be heard as to case 13? Last call. Anyone else on the line who'd like to be heard with respect to case 13-2020? Okay, I think that is all of the proponents and opponents. I think I do have a follow-up question to the, who's that?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Who's that?
This is Barbara Bryant at 613 Eversole. I just wanted to say that I concur with the
Ms. Bryan,
town.
Ms. Bryan, I need to have you sworn first. Can you please raise your right
Okay.
hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
Well, I have a problem with the size of the garage, for one. I think that's fairly equivalent to another house being put on the property. So basically, you're dividing approximately a half-acre lot into 2 lots with 2 houses. That's about the size of a house. And then my second concern is also what the LaCounce is about the business. That address is listed on the Better Business Bureau's website as their second location. Oh. And as of lately, there was 2 water heaters sitting out in the front of their yard for a week or 2. I'm not sure if they're still there, but they just were up through, what was that, yesterday. And so I'm not sure what that's about. I'm sure it's for one of their job sites. But again, it's about the trucks coming up too, and this being a very narrow and windy street, and with the kids. There's a turnaround up here, and I live in the turnaround, and my property has been damaged numerous times, along with someone's across the street, where they turn around. As a matter of fact, one of the truckers that delivered to that house, I was out of town, delivered something to their house and damaged my yard. I'm just really concerned about them using that for something other than a residential place. And I'm also concerned about the size of the building. I think it's just way too big. It's like putting another house on the lot.
2 floors.
It's 2 floors. It's too big.
Thank you. Mr. Haber, any questions for Ms. Bryan?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Cyan?
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bryan. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard in opposition to case 13-2020? Anyone else on the line who'd like to be heard in opposition to case 13-2020 BZA? Anyone else on the line with respect to case 13-2020 BZA, that's 674 Eversole?
Yes.
Who's that? I heard a yes. Did anyone else hear that yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who said yes when I asked if anyone else wanted to be heard? As to,
I think that was somebody that already talked.
Yeah.
I think it must have been. Okay, asking one more time, is there anyone else who'd like to be heard as to case 13-2020?
Hello, are you there?
Yes, who's that?
Okay, there you go. Okay, this is Mrs. Boyke at 715, and I have already spoken. And she was correct. It is a very narrow, winding street. However, my mailbox has been run over by UPS and Amazon and everybody else. I don't see any difference between his pickup truck and anybody else coming up the street. It's a narrow street. I can't stress it enough. And occasionally things happen. As far as the size of the structure, that doesn't bother me. When I die, they're going to put 3 houses on this lot, so it doesn't make any difference.
Okay, thank you.
We've been here a long. Okay.
Neighbor's testimony. Is there anything that you haven't already said that you'd like to add?
We're good. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. Asking again, is there anyone on the line who'd like to be heard with respect to case 13-2020?
Line.
Okay, I'm not hearing any more people who wish to be heard on case 13-2020. I do have a follow-up question for the appellant, as I imagine maybe some of our board members do. Ms. Gherkin, Mr. Wake, the plumbing business, either equipment or inventory for the plumbing business in this garage?
So no, it is not. And just to be full disclosure with the members of the board tonight, it is myself and I have one other employee that drives a truck, and I have, we'll call her, I'm supposed to call her my office manager because she would shoot me if I called her anything other than that. She works out of her home. She just answers the phones for us. She actually lives off Salem Road. Nobody comes here. I don't get things delivered here. We are a very small company. I'm going to keep it small. I don't plan on growing the company any much bigger than what I already am. And if by chance, if I get a couple more employees, I would look to outsource and go into a storage facility or even buy another building somewhere where it's commercially zoned. I do not want to. I just told you guys what we were storing in the barn or in the garage. B, I would never put any kind of material, nor would I allow my employees to come in and out with those kind of toys being in that garage. Because now I'm taking a risk of them being damaged when I'm not there, if they would have to come in and get something. So I'm not going to take that risk for the values that we have sitting in that barn or in the garage. So to answer your question, no, there's going to be no plumbing. There's not going to be any piping or anything like that. We will not store anything that's related to my business in that garage.
Okay.
I have a question. So, sir, where do you store your materials for your construction activities?
So they are on our trucks, and then we also, I have been affiliated with Ferguson Enterprise and Wilder Wynn Nelson for 18 years. We use their storage facilities to store our products.
So the only commercial aspect regarding this property is the fact that you have a truck that you use, and at the end of the day, you park it on your property, and in the morning, you leave from your property. Is that correct?
Correct. And my truck, it is not your typical plumbing truck. It is a Ford. It's a 2019 Ford F-350 pickup truck. And the reason why I have that is because I actually pull equipment. And all of my equipment that we use, I rent that from Sunbelt, Easy Rental, and Arts Rental. So if it's going to sit, and if you saw my driveway, that's kind of why I did the oversized driveways, because it may sit in there overnight attached to my truck if I can't get it back to the rental company by the end of business. And then I will take it back the next day. So that's why I did the oversized. That's why we did the oversized driveway as well, just so we had a place to put that for the night.
Thank you, sir. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sine, any questions?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
Thank you.
Mr. Corral?
No, thank you.
Okay, I think we've heard testimony from the appellant and people in support and in opposition to. Before we close the public hearing, is there anyone else on the line who has not been heard who would like to be heard with respect to case 13-2020? Anyone on case 13-2020? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Jeff, real quick, sorry. It's Eric again. I did want to make a comment. I apologize that this might be out of turn. For Barbara, I think that was who said that there was damage done to her property for vehicles that I guess are of my concern. If that was the case, again, I know it wasn't I don't have anything delivered here on site at all, but if it was something where a delivery truck had made that run delivering gravel for our driveway or the material for the fencing, I would have liked for those homeowners to come down, at least talk to us and give me the opportunity to make it right with them. This is the first time I've heard about that. So it kind of shocked me when I heard that on this conversation. So I just want to let them know that I apologize if if the damage was done being affiliated with what we were trying to accomplish down here. I want to apologize for that on record.
Thank you. Does the board have any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. Haber?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Shekels?
No, thank you.
Mr. Correll?
No, thank you.
All right. I think everyone who wants to be heard has been heard. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Hey, Jeff, there was one thing that I wanted to mention.
Who's that?
This is Brad.
Brad. Hey, Brad.
We do have a standard for home occupation in our zoning resolution, and it sounds as if what they're describing sounds like it's in compliance with that. It wouldn't be a violation. And one other point of clarification I want to provide is we don't permit trailers in the front yards of any properties. So
don't permit trailers in the front yards of any properties. Okay. All right. Does the board have any questions for staff based on that? Mr. Sion?
No.
Correll?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, are we ready to close the public hearing?
Second.
Second. All right. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye. Okay, that's agenda item 9. The next agenda item is discussion of the case. I think probably the way to do this is to take each variance in turn. However, since I usually start with Mr. Haber, I will ask him if he would rather give us his thoughts on all of them, or whether he'd rather us one at a time. What do you want to do?
Thank you, sir. My preference would be, let's take care of the fence. Let's take care of variance number 1, and then I think when it comes to the structure, variance 2, 3, and 4, that we probably will discuss all of those together.
Okay.
And then probably move on them individually.
Okay.
I mean,
so your thoughts on variance 1 then? Go ahead.
I'm for granting the fence, and I was particularly enamored with the fact that they did move it closer to the street in order to hide the AC unit. So, I'm going to take a look at site staff's findings here regarding. It's screened by the existing elevated landscaping area, the variation in topography and everything. So I'm for granting the variance on the fence.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sion. Variance 1.
I would concur with Mr. Haber.
Mr. Shekels, variance 1.
I support variance 1.
Okay. Mr. Correll, variance 1.
I support.
I also support it. I think it's not substantial due to the topography and the distance, would not affect the character of the neighborhood, and so on and so forth. Do we want to dispose of variance number 1 with a motion right now?
I believe that's a good way to go.
Okay, is there a motion, Mr. Haber?
Mr. Chair, regarding case number 13-2020 BZA 674 Everest Road, regarding variance 1, to allow a 6-foot high privacy fence in the side yard, I move that we grant the variance, and in support of that, everything that we've talked about is included in staff's findings. So I'm going to cite staff's findings as the reason for granting that variance.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye. Okay, variance 1, we're good on. Mr. Haber, you want to tackle 2, 3, 4 together, it sounds like?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The only variance here that staff had a concern with was the permitted size, and that's the 2,800 square feet versus the 2,100 square feet. And to me, in my experience, 40 years as an architect or whatnot, I'm not quite sure that you would tell the difference between those two sizes. I also include the notion that accessory structures are allowed in the rear yard are allowed to be 30% of the required rear yard. However, we do not manage the number of them. So when appellants have come looking for an accessory structure that's larger than what's required, depending upon the percentage of increase or whatnot, we typically allow them because they could build one in conformance and then build another one in conformance and have something bigger than what they were requesting. I like where this is sited. I like the dense. It's tucked back into the corner of the property. There's a significant vegetation that is at least shielding it from the two sides. I'm for granting the 3 variances. And in that, I cite staff's findings, and I also may put a condition on there that it's going to be for residential purposes only and not for commercial. But I am for granting us, citing staff's findings, the amount of support that the neighborhood indicated, and I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Sion.
I would concur with that too. Mainly also looking at the amount of neighborhood support that came out in favor of these, but I'm also in greens.
Okay. Mr. Shekels.
I support 3 variances.
Okay.
I support the 3 variances, and the staff did a hell of a job.
Okay. I support the 3 variances too. I do think it is a big structure for a side yard. I think I certainly sympathize with the neighbor who said it sounds like a second house on a small lot.
I thought they were putting a fire truck in there.
That said, I also live on Eversole. I don't live on that half of Eversole. I live down on the other half, so I know the street. I think this is not going to be a detriment to the neighborhood. I think it is a large garage, but given that it's going to match the house, given the kind of characteristics of the topography and the way it's tucked back in the woods, there are 5 houses past, 5, 8, 10, whatever it is, not many houses past this on a dead end road. Almost nobody's going to see this. The significant majority of the neighbors who are actually there support it. And it discussed, I think the is the single biggest factor that we consider in this. So for that reason in particular, I am in support of granting all 3 variances as well. The only thing I would say is that Mr. Haber said he may condition it on using it for residential use only, not commercial. I think the zoning resolution already prohibits that, so I don't think we need to add that as a condition. If it's used commercially, that can be resolved without any action from us through the normal application process. So I don't think we need to add that condition. But I would also support all three variances.
I concur with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Haber concurs. Mr. Sine, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, nothing for that. Concur with that.
Mr. Shekels?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Correll?
I'm good.
Okay, I think there's consensus on granting all three variances. Does someone have a motion?
Mr. Chair, regarding case number 13-2020 BZA 674 Eversole Road, and I'm going to do these all together. I don't think we have any exceptions to either. That regarding variance 2, 3, and 4, I move that we grant these variances. I'm going to cite staff's report, their findings. However, I am going to ask that they revise their findings in variance number 3 to coincide with us granting this variance. We certainly had a lot of neighborhood support in favor of granting these variances. The specific topography, the location of the accessory structure relative to the tremendous amount of surrounding vegetation. You mentioned that there was that's a dead end street. Have any other characteristics, site characteristics that we might want to include? But I'll stop there as far as the motion is concerned.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Correll?
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Will the secretary please?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sine?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye. Okay, that concludes our discussion of case 13-2020. Ms. Gerken, Mr. Wake, if you get in touch with staff tomorrow, they'll tell you what you need to do to get your certificate. That is the 10th and penultimate item on our agenda. All there is left to do is journalize these decisions with some resolutions. Anyone else who's still on the line does not need to stick around for that. Thank you for your participation. You're welcome to stick around for it. There's no reason to. We will not be hearing any additional testimony at this point. So thank you if you've stuck it out with us, and we'll get this wrapped up.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with your public testimony being over, I'm gonna exit out and leave the meeting to either Brad or PJ as the host.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Thanks for the help tonight.
Yep, have a good night.
You too.
See ya.
So I know we did not prepare a resolution for case 6, 2020 BZA.
Okay.
But we do have resolutions prepared for case 11 and case 12, and I'm in the process of working on case 13 right now.
Okay.
So if we want to, let me try to exit out of my screen and I'll get those. We'll start with case 11 and get that one for your review.
Okay.
Brad? And I just froze everything.
Brad, do you need me anymore tonight?
Yes, we'll need you for the journalizing the resolutions.
Okay. Okay.
Stick around. Almost done.
That's fine. I'm waiting for that fire truck to pull in.
PJ, I think the first one was it case 6?
Oh, did you prepare one for case 6?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you prepared one. My bad.
I think we had it from last month still.
Okay. Yeah, let me get that one.
We'll need to add the condition that was discussed though during the meeting.
Right. Sorry, I didn't realize we had one from last month. Good call. Brad, do you mind reading through this one so I can get 13 prepared?
Yeah. Are you able to? Oh, on your other computer. Okay.
I got 3 screens going on right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna need this a little bit bigger.
Yeah, you're gonna have to zoom in, PJ.
Yeah, my bad.
That works for me.
Does that work for everyone?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Get my notes back. Number 4, do we want to say the predicament cannot be feasibly obviated? Or do we say it can? However, the topography justifies the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do me a favor and get rid of the first other. That's paragraph 4. It can be feasibly obviated through some other method other.
Good
There
catch.
we
Yeah,
go.
last month too.
That gets snuck in there all the time. I don't know how.
It's so hard to edit something you've written. You could look at it 1,000 times, you'd never know it was there.
Okay, scroll down.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So far, so good.
Yeah, that we'll need to change the conditions, and I think we might need to change the date at the bottom as well.
So we took out condition 3 altogether, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then instead of substantial conformance plans dated 2020, well, no, that can stay because that shows the location, right?
Right.
And then the additional condition was that the style and materials would be consistent with the plans on the zoning certificate 282, right?
Yep.
So how did we have it worded? I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was
That I have the accessory structure shall match the proposed residence in conformance with zoning certificate number 2019-282.
yeah. The style and materials would match.
Yes. Yeah, that's what it was. Match the plans and plans attached to the zoning certificate.
Well, so I guess that's
well,
So so the email that the PJ sent today that had that in it,
Mm-hmm.
3 attachments. One is a site plan, one is a construction, plan, an elevation anyway. Oh, it's several pages. I only thought it was one. Okay. Anyway, and then the other one is the certificate. Are the site plan and the architectural plans part of the certificate?
So I mean, we can.
Is the certificate just the one page?
Stamped.
They're all stamped and they're all stapled together. So I mean, it's all one zoning certificate.
That's one document as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Then consistent with the drawings in zoning certificate number 2019-0282 is how I'd put it. Those are in the certificate as far as I'm concerned. Anyone,
yep,
shall be in substantial conformance with the.
Let's not say substantial conformance because those don't have a drawing of the garage. Let's say the style and materials, etc., shall be consistent with.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. Consistent with
the drawings.
Well, I can just put the drawings certificate number or the architectural drawings with.
Hey, PJ, can you take out the number sign?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
The Z will butt up to the 20, and then between 19 and the 0, there's a dash.
I never know which way to do this.
It's all good.
Okay, that language looks good to me.
Yeah.
Got the date at the bottom. Yep.
And then you just want me to print these now? Print this one now.
Sure. You can.
Well, does that
save it first? Or well, I guess we need a motion.
Yeah. Sorry.
That looks good to me. Is there a motion to journalize this resolution? Anyone?
So made.
Motion, we journalize the resolution.
I heard a motion from Mr. Correll.
Second.
Second from Mr. Sine. Please call the roll.
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye.
And Brad, I'll leave these on the counter. You said you're in tomorrow. Yeah.
I'll be in very briefly. Yeah, so Jeff and Paul Shekels will need to sign. So we'll leave them up front like we did last month.
Okay.
Front desk.
I'll come by probably late morning. Hopefully before noon if I can.
Do we have the ability to electronically sign them or not? If you don't know, that's fine. Then we probably don't. We're just curious. Okay.
I don't think so.
I mean, that could be an innovation that comes out of this. It'll be Paul's contributing factor as secretary.
I never thought we'd be having meetings over WebEx, so.
Hopefully, we won't be doing this next month.
We'll see.
I'm not optimistic about that, but we'll see. Got an unnecessary comma on the name of the owners.
Hang down your head, Tom Dooley.
I don't think they sing that. Did you learn that in elementary school? My kids did not learn that one.
Back in '67.
Little late. I'm good with that.
I'm good as well.
Make sure there's nothing I forgot, but that looks good to me. I think that looks good to me.
All right, then we just need a motion.
To approve and journal.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion? Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Corral?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye.
Done tonight, my wife's birthday. You know that?
Birthday?
My wife's.
Earl.
Today is?
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm working.
Man.
Well, keep that up and you won't be here for your birthday next year.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
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 Yeah, we got a new dog. We got another greyhound. So that's our second one.
Very nice.
Nice.
Great. This one ran 53 races last year in Wheeling and won 15.
Wow.
Oh, not bad.
Now she'll be 3 years old August the 4th.
Very nice.
Wow.
Her name is I Caramba.
Caramba.
Don't ask me where I got her, but you know, another female in the house. All they do is sleep. Can't beat it.
Relate.
My wife stays up all day. Talking about the
Ooh.
I'm not touching that there, Mr. Shekels.
Oh.
This is being recorded.
Been here for a while.
Exactly.
Thank God it's Friday.
Is it?
It's Thursday.
Yep.
Different anymore.
Tomorrow, so it's Friday for me.
I'm good with it so far.
I think one of the things that specifically came up in discussion was wanting to extend the fence into the front yard with a gate to accommodate a gate to get the garbage cans out. I think if we put that somewhere in 4, but the applicants they want a more private back patio landscape. Oh, hang on, maybe not there.
It was to hide the garbage can, right?
Hide the garbage cans, but also so she didn't have to drag them around the back side of the house, which I think is what she was doing.
Right, 70 feet.
Yeah.
You can go under 5.
Yeah, desire for privacy and intent to close the door, and
Covered in there.
accommodate a gate to, get garbage cans in and out. That was, not a major thing, but when we're at some point we're gonna have to distinguish this from something else, maybe, and that's something that will be be good to have in the record.
Yeah, it was the main reason for the variance in that area. So yeah, I would probably.
Somewhere under 5.
I think at the end, desire for privacy in the back patio and the intent to close the door in the rear of the house within the privacy fence, comma, and to accommodate,
Facilitate, whatever. Yeah.
to allow trash cans to be stored within the
Confined area.
confined area. Exactly.
You may want to take out the and right above where the cursor is and just put a comma and then PJ. The one further up.
Oh, my bad.
There we go.
Cool.
All right.
Regarding case 12/2020, I move that we approve and journal our decision.
Second.
Motion and a second. Can you please call the roll?
Mr. Haber?
Aye.
Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Correll?
Aye.
And aye.
Aye.
All right, and this is case 13. It might be a little rough because I was just trying to get something.
I'm surprised you just threw that together. That's not bad.
Well, luckily, we were
Tomorrow
here
off.
3 of them.
Yeah.
How do you guys decide whether we have variance 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, B, C, D?
I was wondering that too. I don't know how.
I think last time, yeah, one time we had A, B, C, D, and then I don't know.
We got all the way out to about H on one of them.
I was feeling numbers on this month.
There's no rhyme or reason.
So in
Good, but in the
in number one, you've got the variances are not substantial. So you gonna do these did you do these individually or?
I did. I lumped them all in one.
Okay.
I think that's fine, but the
The reasons were similar for the garage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
the first sentence, first letter of the second sentence in the number 1 needs to be capitalized. The fence is partially screened by elevated landscaping. Just capitalize the first word of that sentence.
It's still in the first line of number 1.
Oh, geez. Thank you.
So you guys want to go with all the reasoning in one set then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
Let's add on to that sentence right there about the fence at the end of that sentence. Encloses an air conditioning unit.
Yeah, the air conditioner condenser.
Yeah.
Whose clock? I've been hearing it all night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ours.
Nice.
Melodious.
Thank you. It's an old grandfather clock.
Cool.
Still working.
Let me put something about the fence for number 2.
And the fire truck. When he said 35 foot high, I thought, damn.
Yeah, it's not small. Like I said, I sympathize with the neighbor who thinks it's like a second house, but you know, that neighbor's one of 10 people who's ever going to see it.
Park a semi in there.
I think you got an extra line in there, PJ.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's the rest of number 4 say?
Wait a second. No.
Sorry.
You
You
know,
want to zoom in more?
no, that 4 is just sort of a little confusing. That's what.
Yeah.
Laughing at the owner's predicament.
It can't. I didn't think you. Well, what do we mean by feasibly? Okay.
There's that other again.
Because it's all 4 variances. Because
The owner's situation.
And again, I just plugged in exactly what I had from the staff report.
for which finding?
For all of them, really.
Okay.
How about, what if we changed it, the second sentence of 4, to say, instead of the, take out, because we're talking about our findings now. Moving the garage to be in compliance with Article whatever is possible, but would put it closer to other residential properties. That's what we discussed, right? Like we don't, you could move it, but then it's even closer to other houses and we don't want that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
We change that move to put or place.
Or palace.
House.
It's going to be a palace.
A big one.
Yeah, it seems like it's focusing mostly on the setback. But I mean, I guess that's okay.
That's really the only one that I had that positively that worked in their favor there.
Do we want to add reasoning for why we approved the height, or I mean the size, or the fence, or any of that?
Yeah, I think on the size, as Steve likes to say, you could only have them 2,100 feet each, but you can have 35 of them or whatever. At some point, they've got to amend that section of the resolution. Actually, in this case, that might not. Is there a maximum coverage limit or just a maximum per size? I forget the details now.
For an accessory structure in the rear yard?
Yeah, 30% or whatever.
It's the 30% is based on a formula, and the formula is for one accessory structure in the front yard. It's not necessarily for coverage. It's for one structure.
Right. So you could have 3 and take up 90%, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you could include a fourth of 10%.
Yes.
You can fill up your rear yard with accessory structures.
As long as these people's going to do that, it's going to be Nice little loophole. Like the toilet.
We
guy.
really should do something about that.
I don't think we need this. I don't think we should say anything about that.
You don't want to say anything about that?
Okay.
Well, that was, I mean, the only reason I thought to put that in is that one of the reasons you said, look, 2100, 2800, what's the difference? Because you could do a 2100 and a 700.
Right.
So you might as well do a 2800. I mean, that was something we discussed. We don't have to put it in. I don't think we.
35 feet high, 2,800 feet long.
Are we good with number 4?
Yeah, I think so.
When did we get these?
Uh, 5. Isn't the next closest residence to the south?
Yes. Again, that was the one. That was for variance number 4 with the rear yard setback.
Yeah. It's because they were getting pulled from different sections of the findings, I think.
Yeah.
Again, I was just trying to get everything in there quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would probably add is the last reason the spirit and intent of the zoning requirement would be observed is I have no idea what I was going to say. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I had another thought and I've completely lost it. Okay. No,
I think
that's fine.
you can probably get rid of the comma after vegetation.
Well, it says consisting of mature trees.
Yeah, leave it in.
Okay.
Commas are good. Construction started with 1 year, completed within 2 years. I think I'm good with all that.
Can you tab the lines for chairman and secretary over a little?
Yeah, I like my line where it was.
Never mind then.
I'm gonna digitally sign anyways. Why are you complaining?
All right. I think this is correct. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Mr. Haber? Mr. Sion?
Aye.
Mr. Shekels?
Aye.
Mr. Corral?
Aye.
Mr. Nye?
Aye.
All right.
All right. That is our complete agenda, correct?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Adjourn.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Hey, PJ, if you can just.
Good weekend.
All right. Thanks,
too.
everyone.
Bye.
See ya.
What's up, Brad?
Do you mind putting those up front just in a folder or something, or did you say you wanted me to?
Oh, I can put them up there. Yeah, no problem.
Just make sure they're printed.
Oh, well tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey,
Good job.
thanks. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for always calling on you first, but you're the first on my list. So
It doesn't matter
You're
to
never
me.
shy about sharing something. So
No, it doesn't matter to me. I'm fine with it, but I know that's a lot of machination.